either today or soon, they're auctioning the sex scene from Watchmen. Page is up at Heritage, I guess, right now at $80K. The sex scene, right? Like with the owl ship cum shot, right? With the fire extinguisher or whatever. It's it looks one way in the comic, but when Zack Snyder gets his hand on it, something totally different. It's way more obscene. It's been a while since I saw that movie. I'm wondering if like Scott Snyder is like, if it's like sputter. So like three good trajectories.
Never seen that movie.
Dude, I wanted to walk out within 5 minutes.
Yeah, I shut it off. I started watching it in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I forget what it was that turned me off, but I had this girlfriend at the time who just she was getting caught up in the hype.
Pretty wild selection of books this week.
Yeah, let me get a little caffeine.
Dude, 3 of these books are colored by the artist.
There it is, man.
What's up, Kings?
This is better, right? Having it set up like that.
Yeah. Let's start with the.
Yeah, very happy to.
I'm gonna be looking at Give Me Liberty Book 1.
And I'll dig out my issues for the future one.
It's so weird reading all these books that are set in the future that is now in the past. And thinking about like
where's the future.
Yeah, it's so funny to see like what's pretty accurate and what isn't.
Yeah, and there's some like 1-for-1 kind of comparisons that are going to be fun. I got given, so whenever my dad was grabbing stuff at the flea market, there was this Dark Horse box, and it had the first 2-3 miniseries of Aliens. It had Give Me Liberty. It had Martha Washington Goes to War.
I have that one.
It had Domu. Like that's how I got my Domu. It had a couple good. It
must have been a mind blower early on.
Totally unbelievable. I couldn't imagine that. That was the first masterpiece I read. I would say. But just amazing. It had some of those dollar like barbed wires and shit like that.
It's incredible how bad those are.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Dark Horse has done some good comics over the years, and that Comics Greatest World thing is awful. I bought it when it came out and got rid of it and was like, you know what? That's in my head that it's that bad. Rebought them once we started doing this. Yeah, and it's like, they're as bad as I remember. They might be worse than I remember. Totally. They were such lousy comics.
It's impossible.
And it's good creators on some of them. I guess that's it, but man, they're bad.
Be natural about it. Somebody put something in the comments about when we were showing off all the amalgam books.
Yeah.
Like, what if they just did it as like say issue 357 of this or that, and that's what Mark Waid and Gibbons did, and it was successful for that.
Yeah, that's a good way to approach it. It allows you to skip all the over explanation.
You know what, Jimmy? I realized I fucked up one thing in King Kayfabers. You're gonna see the screen go black for a second because I have to use something different for the webcam. That's my good camera that we use for the top downs. So have no fear. You should still be able to hear us, I'm thinking. but it's going to take a second.
You know what? You King Favors may be able to answer a question I have about Give Me Liberty. Does Dave Gibbons color this first volume?
He does not.
No?
They give a
Is it Angus McKay?
I don't think so.
It looks blue line to me.
Like look in the beginning here somewhere. Oh, this is so interesting. Look, it's Bantam Doubleday. In a different the thing I was reading online, it had a thank you. It had a thank you to the colorist. You know what? I could probably pull it up right here. Let's see.
It's very surprising that that's not credited.
Yeah, here it is right here. Robin Smith. All right, guys, it's going to go dark for a second. No need to be alarmed. But you should still be able to hear us. So hopefully that's the case.
Do you think illustrations are something different like this stuff?
Yeah, I think that's 100% Dave Gibbons. Because he showed his chops with that kind of thing with some of his other works. All right, let's see if that. Sweet, man, that was pretty quick. We have just a little over a dozen people watching, and I think that that's just because they didn't hit the bell. You know, some of the kings didn't hit the bell to get notified, but doing it this way is just, it saves us 20 minutes, you know, and that's not nothing on a day where I work until fucking 11 at night or whatever.
West Coast Dave, man, thank you. Said he sent me a Spider Boy. I think he's sending me that Mark Tex Spider-Man one shot, that painted one.
Sweet. That's an episode.
Emailing about that. I can't wait to look at that one. I think it's the little bit of art I've seen from that looks so cool.
Yeah. Did you show some of the stuff that we're going to be covering to the Kings?
Just Give Me Liberty so far.
Okay.
Here's a few of the other titles that we'll be doing.
I'm going to do episode 1 of Dr. Slump. Man, it feels appropriate. 2005. It's like 25 years after the fucking thing comes out to start, and almost 20 years since.
It blows my mind to think of that kind of timing. Because, like, if you apply that to, like, when I start reading or whatever, like, you're looking at, like, 1945, you know, like, it'd be like 1945, right? Reading in the 90s.
Right.
You know, like, you think of, like, what's available. Because I just remember, like, the early Marvels felt like they were grandpa's comics.
Right.
In the early 90s. And that shit's 30 years ago.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's 1994. Like, Image is older than that.
The relativity of time, that's something that your folks, like, they just don't prepare you for that. It's a pretty wild concept. Let me pull up the King stream real quick, and we'll be good to go, Jimmy.
Yeah, the time thing is one of the biggest, like, weird reality bending things that I feel unprepared for. Maybe it's just not possible to really cover. I don't know.
Here's one for you, dude. That I saw online. It's been showing up on my Instagram a whole bunch. These kind of comparison things. Guess how old Sherman Hemsley was in the Jeffersons?
Oh, I have no idea.
42.
Wow.
Now Wheezy was an old bat. Like, you know, because they're married, you know, and she was like 62 or something, but he was just 42 years old.
That's shocking.
And I feel like there's like Rodney Dangerfield stuff we saw where he's like 40 or 42.
That age part's really weird. Like you go back like 2 generations and it's like 63 is like 90 or something today.
They're at the invention of the motion picture camera. They're in New York City and they are filming boys, like it's on a street, and the kids are looking with wonder. They got bags under their eyes and look like little old men at like 9 years old or something.
That's hard living.
They probably had a whole work day that day and shit like that.
Working in the garment industry.
Yeah, but like they look so crusty. And you know what? I knew there was a kid who dropped out of 3rd grade, and I saw him when I was in 5th grade. And he had a deep, raspy voice, and he had fucking bags under his eyes. He found the fucking crack pipe in grade school and looked like a little fucking mutant.
Yeah. It's funny because there was a dude on my football team in junior high school, and he would date like a senior girl. Yeah. And I mean, I think he was even in grade under me, but he was probably like 15 or something in like 8th grade. You know, like he had missed a year or two.
Right.
But he looked like he was about 25. Like, I think the dude would buy booze, cigarettes, tobacco, whatever. I'm pretty sure like he'd buy tobacco, no problem.
Yeah.
Because he was always chewing and stuff. But he looked like the oldest dude, and he was like 15. And if you told me he was 32, I'd be like, yeah.
I remember those dudes getting a full beard and
stuff.
Yeah. They always smoked weed.
Always had 5 o'clock shadow all the time.
I used to like think like, do you just start smoking weed and then testosterone just fucking seeps out of your pores? Because like every like middle school pothead dude was able to grow a beard, and like I still can't.
That's funny because weed does what's the female
estrogen
hormone?
Shit.
Yeah, like I think it increases estrogen.
Well, when the body balances, so if it increases estrogen, it does testosterone. Because do you remember Joe Peacock? He was talking about taking something like stuff that had testosterone, and then it boosted up the estrogen stuff, and he would watch like movies on the airplane. This big fucking brawny guy just crying his eyes out inconsolably and stuff.
Man, and also, hormones are a bitch.
Jose Canseco on Howard Stern, like right after, like when he retired and he had a book out, he's talking about like Viagra doesn't even get his dick hard anymore. Like he has to take special shots because like playing with his hormones so much that like his estrogen levels are so high that he has to like have a fucking special shot that's beyond Viagra to even get his dick hard. So like he has to know that he's gonna fuck that day, and then like before a couple hours before has to inject himself with some shit just so that he could even fuck.
That seems like a lot of effort.
A lot of home runs, man.
Hope it was worth it, Jose. Did you lock those?
Yeah, I locked them, and it looks.
Do you want to see a white page? Maybe it's better.
You know what? I did want to see you go through some of that because I see this big shine because the stuff is facing forward, and I think that could be a problem on some gloss. But it looks good, right? Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't look
good if you are. Give Me Liberty is a fantastic comic. Let's get this out of there. All right, man. Good.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And we are a daily comic book YouTube channel with over 1,700 videos in our catalog. You can search for those on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. Search by creator, by title, by character. You'll find something you'll love. Also, we are partially brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 different levels that'll get you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you will get access to all of our videos first because you get to sit in on the recording session. We have a room full of King Kayfabers right now watching as we record this video about Frank Miller and Dave Gibbons' Give Me Liberty. But the nice thing with being a King Kayfaber and getting access to these videos first, if we show off something that is rare, hard to find, limited quantities, you'll be the first one buying those before they go up in price or disappear completely, something we call the Kayfabe effect. That link is below this video to the Patreon. We appreciate your support there. So, Ed, we are looking at a classic Frank Miller comic from the early 90s from Dark Horse. This is after Miller comes back from about 4 years away from comics in Hollywood, writing RoboCop sequels. This is when I discover Miller while he's away. So I basically buy the Elektra Sagas and, the Daredevils that I can afford Ronins, you know, Dark Knight Returns, Batman Year One, classic comics of that time period. And I'm a huge Miller fan at that time, but it's all of the work he had produced in the past. And now he's coming back. He's going to be doing Hard Boiled, Elektra Lives Again, Sin City, Gimme Liberty. In my mind, all of those are kind of the comeback party for Frank Miller. And I could not have been more excited at this time buying these as they're being released.
This is a fantastic package, because it's Bantam Doubleday. Like you see Dell right there on the cover. Had no idea that this was a time before the ubiquitous nature of the trade paperback. Really, this is probably put out before Sandman paperbacks came out. So this is Dark Horse doing a licensing deal, or maybe just Miller and Gibbons, depending on how the contracts shake out, making a deal with a proper, you know, paperback publisher, presumably get a little bit of a bookstore distribution, little Walden Books action, maybe.
Absolutely. And you can imagine, man, selling this to the bookstore market, maybe before you even sell it to Dark Horse, just on the strength of author of Batman, Dark Knight Returns, and artist of Watchmen, probably two of the biggest sellers in the bookstore market for comics. Like, these guys walk up with their next book. Yeah, let's sign the contract.
All you needed to do was get Art Spiegelman to do some flashback sequences.
That's right. Yeah,
maybe the magazine illos throughout the thing, the Playboy covers and stuff, and then you would have all three of the major creators from 1986, because like it does sell itself, right? You got the Watchmen artist, you got the guy who wrote and created Dark Knight Returns. And now it's the super group. It's the Yardbirds. It's it's a Velvet Revolver.
The Traveling Wilburys.
I don't know that one.
In any event, I feel like I have to explain myself a little bit that we are looking at a trade paperback of this and not the original issues. Got rid of those in the Purge. Had them both.
By that.
But you know, the thing with the trade paperback, I picked it up after I bought the original issues because I found it somewhere cheap, which probably speaks to this was going to be a hit. You know, they printed a lot of these. And that's what would happen. That's kind of how you'd get like your 4-color trade paperbacks in the early days, was what can we actually sell and get a pretty healthy print run on. So I think that's probably how I end up with this instead of the single issues at this point.
Right.
For a while, I had them both.
I have 2 sets, Jimmy, and I got a box set with a hardcover. So I dig out those sets, man. I'll slide you one if you want some prestige format joints.
I do. I was disappointed whenever I was digging because I don't remember what I got rid of 20 years ago. And I was kind of disappointed in myself whenever I didn't find those original issues.
I got to say, I'm so glad that you have this, because like this Bantam Doubleday, you know, Dell publication, that's sort of lost to history. Like that there was this like licensing relationship.
I also wonder how successful this was, because I remember reading every interview I could about it, you know, and these two both went in with certain expectations. And I think the project changed a lot once they got working on it and maybe didn't find as fun the political drama that they were putting together and kind of pivot into what we get here. Conversely, I was disappointed in this back in the day whenever I read it. I don't know what I was expecting, but I do remember Hard Boiled was released around the same time. And let me tell you, I fixated on one of those two, and it was Hard Boiled.
It's amazing.
So I'm excited to go back into this and really kind of see them build a world. Two really accomplished creators.
It's funny you say that, because Hard Boiled was inaccessible to me at the time. I got those issues later and discovered Uncle Jeff later. Like Big Guy and Rusty was my first. Like, this was my joint. And at this time, after that, you know, maybe 93, 94 is when I got my hands on it. There wasn't a Frank Miller comic I didn't like at that point. The dude could do no wrong. And this was no different for me. And the reading experience this time around with the first issue, fantastic. Like I found myself just wanting to read it all.
Yeah, that is my plan, is to read more of this.
Well, let's say that maybe we do, you know, episode 2 as an episode, you know, issue 2 as an episode, you know, sooner than later.
Yeah, I like that idea. Right away, I'm reminded of Dave Gibbons, the designer.
Yeah.
You know, did the design work on Watchmen, very iconic. And you see here this kind of like red, white, and blue motif. That's what the original issues were whenever they come out in the trade with the black. It's a little bit of an inversion of the two, but very striking in terms of the design. And, you know, I give Gibbons credit for that based on what I've seen him do with other books.
Yeah. Yeah, this would be like the cover.
This is kind of a terrifying. I feel like I see stuff about the upcoming Civil War, and I feel like that's what there was so much of that like post-apocalyptic kind of presentation.
You know what they said
in these stories?
Like, 88% of America lives on the East.
Yes,
and then a big chunk of the rest like live like Cali, like Pacific Northwest, and in here is almost like it's like 5% of America's population is like in this area.
Yeah, this land, I always wonder like the accuracy of maps. It's so freaking big. Like
it is.
You drive cross country and it's like there's all this stuff, and then it's like there's almost nothing.
Even flying, like when we go to San Francisco or something, it feels like the Rockies extend from Ohio to about California.
Yes, yeah, no doubt. All right, so there's your traditional cover for issue number 1, and this is a world building exercise, this first issue, especially because we get all of this background.
Yeah.
From the beginning of her being Martha Washington, our main character, being born in 1995, but then also simultaneously we're learning about things like this president who's going to be just set up pretty much for life until he dies.
Yeah, and it's so the language Frank Miller's writing to me is on point throughout this entire volume. Martha was born right before this guy became president. Far as I know, he's always been president. That's a fantastic caption to just like sell you on this like despot or whatever. And you're in and out. You immediately get it on page 1. It was still the future when I read this the first time.
By the way, this president for life gimmick is present in both Watchmen and Dark Knight Returns.
Of course,
which is pretty interesting that this was such a, I guess, point of paranoia. This idea of somebody being able to take over the United States in that way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously during World War II, there was a little bit of precedent, and it was necessary at that time. But imagine a world war, maybe it's not so necessary, and then the guy is able to do that. I feel like Gibbons was playing with some like line clear style a little bit more than he's always a very precise artist and stuff, but maybe it's the pastel colors that Robin Smith is putting down that makes me feel the European, the Belgium vibes or something.
Yeah, and noteworthy on the color, because I think subsequent issues might be Angus McKee doing color, and it's a little bit more computer color. It's a little more plastic. This stuff appears to be blue line, but that like pastel palette is something I don't associate. I think of Lynn Varley doing, Dark Knight or Electra Lives Again, where the color's a little bit more extreme, but here with these almost like a Watchmen kind of, the greens and the purples, very different treatment of what I think of as blue line, and it's also pretty subtle. They're flat-ish colors.
Yeah, as flat as can be with like a wash. And when I think of Give Me Liberty, I think of this color, and to me that's like medical green. I think of like this is like a hospital room comic or something.
The background, too, that we're learning about here is the rise of the green, which is like this low income, basically urban prisons.
It's Cabrini green, man. And at this time in pop culture, there was like no less than 2 Cabrini green examples. Like the less popular one would be one of the kids from that documentary Hoop Dreams was lived in Cabrini green and was ushered to like a better school so that he could have a better shot at the NBA. And then, of course, the most famous example from this time period or very close was Cabrini Green was the projects where Candyman was the sort of urban legend. So like, one of the hardest projects like in America at that time has now been, and that's Detroit, Michigan, would have been replaced now by, we have O Block in Chicago at this time, which is the place where like 500 dudes get shot every summer. So that's the analog.
This lettering for the years, I believe dollar lettering.
Yeah.
I love those kinds of details. To me, that makes a lot of sense. We're going to look at a Walt Simonson tutorial on lettering here pretty soon. And it makes me think of that, like thinking of like, how can you use that lettering to reference things or to have a greater meaning? And I feel like using a dollar number system, that's a pretty good, effective way to do an American dystopian future.
Beyond what Miller's even presenting here, the idea that the entire ghetto is inside of one building, that is metaphorical, man. Because like growing up in Homestead, shit would happen where like I saw my first person get shot when I was 5 years old. And it was a dude who shot a cop the week before. And he didn't go to like New Mexico to hide. He hid 3 blocks away. You know what I mean? Like the entire ecosystem of everybody I knew growing up was still the area. It might have been like 3 boroughs wide, but it was still like you couldn't conceptualize going very, very far. And that to me is like the metaphor for that piece right there, where it's like just for real perimeter confined space.
Yeah, and you can see like the chain link fences around it and stuff. Hard not to think about, like concentration camps. Like this is a containment unit.
Yeah, as
of certain people.
As the great Chuck D from Public Enemy would say, man, let's take another look at that word project, another word for experiment. The drawing here, it's subdued by the color because it's kind of pushed into the recesses with this being the focal point. But when you take a look, the draftsmanship of fucking Dave Gibbons is so incredible. You got all these bodies laying there in perfect perspective, like well laid out, measured and drawn in terms of like the bunk beds, but they're at all different positions as they sleep and stuff. It feels so organic. It's unbelievable drawing.
Also, the children are like separated out, right? Like they get to go home for Christmas for a couple of days.
You got your Rooseveltian, your fireside chats, but like bearing no leads with this guy. Art Spiegelman talks about physiognomy in comics. It's like the one place where it really, really works great. And when you have those eyebrows, like that's not a nice guy.
Right.
Look at this guy. Might as well be the Joker. Cesar Romero as the president in Give Me Liberty. And he's got that little white. I imagine that's like a little bit of coke powder under the nose or something.
It is all white underneath his nose. Should be a shadow there somewhere, shouldn't there? How about this for like the little tiny apartment where they're all living with the corner sink, the fold down table, and just tiny.
Yeah, it's about 3,000 in Manhattan today.
Yeah, it's probably, fair enough. Even seeing like Gibbons is great with depth and perspective. Like drawing this, it's not a real alley because it's not outside. It's almost like these hallways. And we see Martha Washington, child protagonist here, being basically abducted by this guy.
Yeah. And it's cool because it's like streets, like inside that building, it's set up like a city. Walled garden.
Remember seeing a building in China, and it was kind of like that, where it was like several of these like apartment buildings, but I think it was all closed in, and it was like tens of thousands of people lived there or could live there.
Totally. I think that's called Kowloon. And when in Japan there was this arcade that was in a super giant warehouse, but the interior was built to look like Kowloon. And so there's alleys and there's streets and there's bridges and apartments inside of this big warehouse that was really, it's just an arcade.
All right, so they dragged Martha Washington past this gym into this guy, I guess some bad dude's house here. That's not what he was looking for.
Right.
Martha Washington dressed as a boy is apparently what he was after. And our giant weightlifting guy who carries is that a meat hook? I don't know what that hook is. By
the way, in Cabrini Green, like, did Clive Barker read Give Me Liberty before he wrote that story? Because like there is a dude in Cabrini Green who sort of adopted the mythology, and he's like the leader of a gang, and he has the meat hook and calls himself Candyman.
Man, that's a dark weapon.
Yeah.
So he comes in and we don't see Thunderballs again after this scene.
It's true.
So I feel like we know what happens there.
Great characterization with no other real captioning. So Martha Washington, she is a hacker, but she also doesn't have like the proper book learning in a way. So she's incredibly smart and can navigate her way around, but she isn't so interested in the boring stuff.
I find this really interesting in that it seems like if I were drawing this, I feel like I'd be drawing kind of a long shot of a room with her at a computer and stuff. This is so economical the way this is presented. So easy to follow. And 12 panels, if you were drawing full room or whatever, it'd be a mess to look at.
Big challenge, man. Like speaking from the guy who made a computer hacker comic, trying to make that visually interesting is no easy feat.
But it is a setup, as you say. We're going to see more of that. But we also get this character, this teacher, who Martha Washington responds to, but also can't understand why is he in the green. Like he was out and he chose to come in here to be a teacher here.
Yeah.
Blows her mind. And I feel like this is life where you like bump into these people that they're somehow different than everything you've been exposed to. Right. And now like your brain's expanded a little bit.
There's a bit of an archetype with that character also. Cause to me, that's Morgan Freeman and, Lean on Me, or like, you know what I mean? Like you have this person with like outside world experience coming into, some sort of area that's in dire straits and getting the kids on track kind of thing. Like certainly in the early 90s, that there's like 5 versions of this, man. Tom Berenger, I think, played 1 or 2.
Right.
Sam Jackson. You can't kill me. I'm your teacher.
Quizzes her on, do you know who crossed the Delaware? Do you, Washington? And she guesses the current president, who seems to be the right answer for everything, and misses out on her namesake being the one who crossed the Delaware.
Yeah, that's
kind of a fun moment. It's that thing of not knowing our history, and I think that's a real thing. I think that we all suffer for not knowing our history.
Sure. But it sells the dystopian stuff because she uses the current president as the answer for everything, and usually can score a B. This is another good piece of political commentary because, like, of course, pipe in the nationalistic, jingoistic stuff to the people who have the least. Like what is the makeup of our soldiers and stuff like that.
This is such a great economical piece of storytelling too. It really reminded me of like Starship Troopers, but it really kind of sets a tone for what this political military agency is, and you see it's overimposed with mom hates the peace force, her brother went there, never came home, might be dead. You get all of that in really less than a page worth of material. Like, these aren't even half pages for these 8 panels. I also like, this is a future story. Let's update our 3:4 screen ratio into a wider screen.
Right.
Which feels great because, I mean, I still see people do the old monitor panel, and it's like, I don't know, man. This is what our screens look like now. Maybe even wider than this, but pretty forward thinking, I think, in the early 90s, because my TV was still square in the early 90s.
Right. And it's funny because, like, it was on my Instagram 1990 conversation with Georgia Lucas, Steve Spielberg, talking about this future high def television technology that was still 10 years away in 1990 when they were talking about it, but they were explaining this.
Yeah. And here's our teacher who has really made friendship with Martha, given her a sandwich that tastes great, but beaten up, had a run in with the guards the night before. And she just can't understand, like, why he keeps, why not if you can get out, like, why aren't you out?
Right.
That's actually, there's a lot of good ideas.
That's that's that progressive stuff. That's like the little rich kid that went to Africa and like never came back because they think he might have gotten like eaten by the tribe, or you know what I mean? Like, he was the missionary kid fairly recently. It's like the doe-eyed, misguided do-gooders that they can't hang.
More of this world, kind of talking about the ceiling leaking and also the sound of helicopters all the time.
Right.
And we see the teacher now dead. So kind of a natural progression of, I guess being in the wrong guy in the wrong place. Right.
Yeah. Just can't keep up.
Exactly.
No streetwise to him.
But our killer, we recognize from the gym a couple of years earlier, even his weapon, and Martha Washington's first, at least on panel, first act of violence here. That's a scary dude, man. And that weapon does not look like it. I don't know if I'd take my chances with that one.
I know. Got to get in the right place, that's for sure.
Again, though, great framing. Like, you really see the mark of a cartoonist that can draw this stuff, backing out shadows. Show don't tell, but imply.
Yeah, Gibbon surprises me every time. He's just such a solid draftsman.
Yeah, it really is. Shadow of our guy coming in the locker room.
Yeah, and you could almost consider that 2 panels.
Yeah, the storytelling is quite impressive. Like, there's a lot to take away just from seeing a master cartoonist building these panels.
I love the thematic rhythm of this, like when you go from this and you turn the page.
I also like that guy dies. Like, he's got this hook in his neck. He's still coming for a little bit, but it's not that superhuman thing of like, oh, I got to do my finisher again and again and again. Like, that's a kill stroke. Like, she's got an artery there. He just needs to bleed out.
Yeah, I mean, what did they just prove to us? David and Goliath. Like, this is a capable girl that might not be a little wrist rocket in a stone, but she's able to move and shake in this fucked up world.
And to your point of the transition, same position, same pose and everything, but now we're cutting to like the psych ward.
Yeah, it's so good, and she's fully kayfabe, and the facial expression stuff. Like, this is so hard to do visually, but right there, that she's like dumb as a fox, as my pops would say.
Yeah, and really great narration here, where like she can't tell her mom. Like, this is the plan, and she's got to stick to it. You can't tell anybody.
Right.
Our president is cutting costs everywhere, and eventually it's going to lead to putting out some of these mental patients, which very 80s-esque reference there, I feel. Picking up the Sleeping Guards magazine so we get a chance to see some meta media within the story.
And when you see this, you gotta imagine that the fellas discovered Otomo. You think?
Seems probable. We know Miller is into manga and stuff. Like, it would not take you long to discover Otomo if you're interested in manga.
Yeah, like whenever I got these comics, it was in a box full of Dark Horse comics, and Domu was included in there as well. So it's like I'm fucking with Domu and this at the exact same time. It felt like, you know, kissing cousins. Though Domu doesn't get published by Dark Horse for some years.
This is a really interesting panel to me because it's such a fantastic concept into this world. You know, like, again, like you think of this first issue, they build a pretty rich world, but it is very dense, the amount of information that is in this issue. You know, having this introduced in issue 1 is kind of like, we got a whole thing going on.
Right.
This is a sci-fi future comic. And then you turn the page and it's like, here's an update on kind of the world political climate.
Just from this angle and stuff. But I mean, that looks like Biden from where I'm sitting.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You know what? I was thinking it was like a Carter or something like that.
Yeah. I think that is the reference for sure.
I don't know. I think that may just be Rexel, right?
No, it is. Yeah, it is.
And it looks like a Rorschach update. And Scout. This is like the whole comics world here that we're getting into. And you see the transition from, you know, being institutionalized to now like these people being cut loose. Feels pretty relevant.
Yeah, for sure.
To our own future, past, present, however you want to frame this stuff. Love the little details too, like having her foot bandaged. It's a really good illustration of your barefoot wandering the streets. Like
it's adding the stakes, right? Like it's creating.
Not great.
It's creating that insurmountable obstacle.
I'm not positive what these people are picking up. Some kind of government officials, medical officials. I'm not positive of that, but they go after Martha Washington, and of course she responds, breaks this bottle, steals a guy's wallet with credit cards, which allows her to then apply her hacking skills to the local cash machine.
Another one of those ubiquitous early 90s things where like the boomers, like they didn't fully understand hacking. Think of like Terminator 2, you know, like where little Eddie Furlong and Budnick from Camp Anawana popping in the ribbon cable into the ATM, all easy.
Often when we look at like early cartoonist work, you'll see full figures everywhere, you know, like all the panels. And I feel like this is such a great breaking up this kind of action that could have easily been just full panels of conflict. But instead we get, you know, top, bottom, full figure. So your full figure actually stands out as being not boring in the fourth time we've seen it in this conflict.
Yeah, for sure. And this just cinematically is great because that's that off the camera stuff. And then it's almost funny. Like when you finally like see him all gutted and torn to shreds, like, you know, something major happened in between these gutters here.
Great movement too. Both feet off the ground on our guy. Something's happening there that's not good for him. They're almost twitching with that off balance. And of course, it's police state. So here they come around the corner. She's running away from that stolen credit card cash machine with cash in hand. Just one step ahead. Cat following her around through most of the issue as well. Howard Johnson Neeson, President of the United States. What happened to Rexall? Here we get, again, breaking with the media. Kind of an interesting idea. I can imagine Miller being excited to apply this, possibly something he pulled out of Watchmen.
Right.
It's like, let's put some meta information, a way to kind of break it up and get ahead. But there was a big, I guess there's a nuclear strike. Some kind of bomb goes off and kills basically everybody. This dude's like Secretary of Agriculture was at home sick.
Right.
And, you know, like the 50th dude in line to succeed the president, but he's the guy that's still alive. So he's next.
What's funny is there's that thing in the West Wing that you learn that whenever there is like a big party, like there's always like one person within the government that has to sit it out in the inevitable that there is some sort of catastrophe and all the all the leaders of the country go out. And I think on the episode where they talk about that stuff, I think it was like, you know, Secretary of Agriculture had to sit that one out and watch it on the monitor just in case if they all get blown up that night.
But July handed months of strife at the Aragones refinery in Mexican territory. Little Sergio Aragones reference, I believe.
Well, who's the reference for General Sphincter on the previous page?
I don't know about that one. Man, think about the time though that we have passed. Like we saw her born on page 1, and at this point, like she's on the run. She's looking at that Pax now as not just the means of getting out of the green, but getting out of like the cops are after. She killed some dude. That's a lifetime.
That's how this comic works. And I always wondered if Halo Jones was like a little bit of an influence on this, because obviously Halo Jones never completed. I think there were 3 books, but every time you see Halo Jones, like she's in a fresh book, like there's a major evolution that takes place. And that's how Martha Washington works, like in subsequent issues. And you could always tell, like she's got a different hairstyle in every miniseries, and she has a different set of superpowers, basically, in every issue. Like a lot of time transpires, and she accomplishes a lot of stuff. That's a conceit of the Martha Washington saga.
I love it. That's my kind of storytelling. It's the opposite of that, decompressed storytelling, because it's like, see the poster for enlistment, enlist, train, deploy. 4 panels, man. We're wasting no time.
These guys, they know where their bread is buttered, or however that phrase goes. And Miller and Gibbons, they do not have to be, and they are, and they never have been since, part of the monthly comics rat race. And what you're describing, like they sort of antonym of what you're describing, really is that. It's the monthly comic that churns by slowly. So these guys are not that anymore. They can make comics at their leisure. To this day, they're still probably spending money from 1986. So they know that they're not part of it. So it's like they can accommodate the storytelling for a comic that they will put out whenever they can, whenever they want, whatever.
Also, just cutting from like the various scenes that we have seen, from urban setting, childhood, classroom, all these different settings. And now we're like in a combat zone. This is all issue 1.
Yeah.
Pretty spectacular.
Yeah, Agent Orange was probably fresh. Like what we knew about Agent Orange probably was happening around this time, I would imagine. I remember a lot of talk about that when we were kids.
And Martha Washington sent out into that disgusting, I guess, Agent Yellow in the case of this book, but with the gas masks to, I don't know, save who you can, man. It's pretty grim looking.
But there's a bit of a Kubert line to a lot of what we're seeing there.
Yeah, I always find it interesting because I think of Gibbons as really kind of like tight in his drawing.
Yeah.
And so when he gets into like organic stuff, I think there's a Swamp Thing sample page out there somewhere that I've seen of his. Yep. And it's such a, I mean, it's
too precise for what it is.
It's so different than something like I think of Bissett as being that organic guy. This would be a very different jungle with a Steve Bissett drawing.
Yeah, it's all drawn. It's kind of like when we looked at the Michael Golden artist edition, and with a pen he draws explosions. He doesn't spatter or use a sponge or anything. These are all very deliberate pen lines, drawing in the little solar flares or whatever.
I love the details of the mud boots. It's something that, to me, first thing I think of is Jack Davis doing war comics in the 50s.
Me too, man. And that that's come up in conversation with Gibbons when we did shooter interviews with him. You look behind his shoulder, you see the EC Russ Cochran hardcovers.
And by the way, wordless spread.
Yeah,
it's a great quiet moment after a couple of pages of combat and horror. 4
splash pages. We're opening up the storytelling possibilities now. This is such a fantastic comic because these guys rooted in pulp, they can call their shots. They're still steeped in that stuff, but that doesn't mean you can't be formally experimental and play with certain things. Like obviously Miller will go in this direction with Sin City for sure.
Yeah, I wonder how tight scripts were and things, like how much is Dave Gibbons' contribution to some of the storytelling choices, like through this kind of sequence. I will often make fun of crying in comics, but I love it here where it goes from like full on, like this is just emotional outburst to, okay, putting it back together and wiping the tears away. I feel like that's a pretty good use of tears in terms of like you're actually seeing something happen between those 2 pages.
Yeah. You see this green, this medical green. It's literally, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Hospital room green. This particular image, the way the hand is foreshortened and it's kind of bent at such a tight angle and stuff. You look at that black and white, I almost start to think of Ben Mara when he's playing with that kind of style.
It's a good call. Yeah, one of the things I like in Ben Mara and I like in Gibbons is the clarity.
Go back real quick, man. Like, dude, that says it all, right? Like, you don't have to show the full body. Like, that's enough.
I don't think this way.
Right.
Like this is stuff that I want to take and apply. It adds depth to your panel, but it also applies horror of like if you just drew it from here, there are many fewer people in this room.
Right.
This is letting you know, like there are bodies and just destroyed bodies.
Full on Walter Reed. It's like every horror story you hear about, like go to Walter Reed and just seeing half skeleton guys who are still alive and stuff like that.
This is pretty cynical, the advertising on your war helicopters.
And it's Fat Boy Burgers, the name of one of our atomic bombs. Well,
this is
Fat Man.
A wild sequence here. A fellow soldier has been impaled, like he's dying.
Right.
She puts him out of his misery. That's something.
It's another great character piece, right? That just shows that you can read into it any number of ways. To me, that is like grace,
mercy.
Yeah, mercy.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on and near farms and hunting and things like that. Like you see stuff like this, not with people, but
right.
It's a reality. It's a pretty nuanced thing. I'm kind of surprised to see it honestly come out of Frank Miller's pen.
Sure. Yeah. But it's a great, it's a page. I was trying to break this down in my mind because, for the purposes of today and everything like that. But one of the big takeaways of this issue was just the way that they were able to sell this character so well without pretense or pantomime or opera, too much theatrical bullshit. It's really pretty solid.
And now we get our twist here at the end of this issue, and that is that some of these soldiers are there to burn down this forest.
Yeah, kind of like a Me Lie kind of thing, like it's not quite Kurtz. We did a Martha Washington Christmas special that has like a Kurtz kind of character, but it's more like a Me Lie kind of dudes going into business for themselves.
Well, and presumably working for somebody.
Yeah.
And we see Martha Washington's been shot now to the point that she's hallucinating things, past PTSD perhaps coming to the surface, but not dead yet, and takes these guys down enough that whenever the soldiers do come through, some of these guys still alive, including Martha Washington.
Right.
And
the narrative has changed. Like she's being praised for her accomplishments.
She's a hero.
And stuff. Yeah. And there's the bad guy. He survived. And what a great ending to an issue, right? He puts his hand on her and says, look, play ball. Let's both be war heroes here.
Yeah, don't give me any shit.
And that's the end of the issue. How could you not want to read?
One of the things Miller often does is repeat phrases.
Yeah.
And to the point now, I think it's gotten almost like a poetry kind of way of writing, but I feel like it's so effective here. The callback to a traumatic moment from her childhood, and now she's here comes another one.
He used it to great effect back then. You say poetry now, I thought you were going to say parody, because when people are doing
take your pick.
Frank Miller parodies, like that's what they lean on, and just read that new Ronin. But fantastic comic here.
It's a heck of an issue. Again, I read this in 92, 93, whenever it came out. Did not connect with me. Rereading it this week, probably the first time in 30 years. I'm blown away by what is accomplished in one issue. I'm kind of mad that I have the trade, because if you saw, this is one issue. This was your launch of really an entire world that they then spend several comic stories exploring. So yeah, let's look at issue 2.
Sounds good. Yeah, super fun.
All right, guys, going to do the Punisher Warzone issue number 1.
Dude, the gatefold might be the thumbnail.
Yeah. I was opening it up for that.
You could probably find a real crispy digital version online. And look at that length, dude. Look at the measurements with the Cartoonist Kayfabe.
Oh man, I didn't even realize that that's 2 comic book wides.
I think we set it up for that.
Perfect.
I think we did.
Yeah, that's good design stuff right there.
Let's continue to pat ourselves on the back. This is a fun comic, man. Good.
Yep. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody we're a daily comic book YouTube channel. We've been doing this for over 5 years. That means 1,700 plus videos that you can search on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. Search by creator, character, comic book title. Pick your poison. You will find some videos there that you will love. I also want to remind everybody there's a link underneath this video for the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 levels of support there that'll get you access to our videos early. That will give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. When we show off a book you want to add to your collection, you'll be the first one picking that up because you will get these videos before they hit general population. And the best way to do it is at the King Kayfaber level because you get all the videos first because you sit in on the recording session. And that's always a good time, some back and forth with the King Kayfaber. So check out that link below this video. See if one of those levels suits you well. Ed, today we are looking at the Punisher Warzone. This was the 3rd monthly Punisher comic book that was launched 1992, you know, a peak year of comic book sales, and Punisher was a hot character at that time. So let's do another Punisher comic book. It's funny to think like Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, Punisher.
90s, baby. A lot of angst in those 1990s.
But they picked the right creative team for this. You see right here on this cover, JR is the signature. Makes me wonder, did he ink this one himself?
Right, because you never see that, right?
Yes.
Like it's never done. I would bet he didn't because it looks so familiar to me. You know, like if this was his first go round, I couldn't imagine it being this successful and look like a, you know, Al Williamson piece or whatever, or a Dan Green, because like it's that close to familiar to me.
I was such a John Romita Jr. Like he was probably my favorite guy that wasn't at Image in 1992.
Right.
You know, and it was looking at things like his Daredevil run.
Oh yeah.
Looking at Cable, he was kind of the pinch hitter for Rob Liefeld's Cable miniseries when Liefeld leaves Marvel and goes to Image. And there was just something about him. He had Kirby elements, right? Like that big, dynamic, bombastic style of figure. I really responded to that. And I was a Punisher fan at the time. So like this checked off all the boxes except for the Image corner box.
You know what's crazy is these Punisher Warzones, I'm assuming that they always had newsstand distribution, but you could never find this series. Like you can find War Journal easy, you can find regular Punisher, but I never got an issue of this until almost the end of Punisher Warzone, because it lasts a couple of years. But yeah, I don't know if it was just a direct market comic for a while or what.
I'm pretty sure I would have gotten this off the newsstand, although 92 is when I started, you know, I had to go to comic shops to get my Image fix. So it's possible.
It has a barcode, so that's indicative of the newsstand, but newsstand's got fewer numbers. That's
also when you're selling a bunch of books, man, you're doing all kind of gimmicks. Die cut in this case.
Yeah, regular issue's probably $125. So get an extra $1 out of people. Very cynical.
Pretty cool when you open it to the monochromatic, you get another piece of artwork, because sometimes they would cut corners and you would just get, you know,
right.
That Punisher skull would have been enough, just enough to sell your cutout.
One of the things that I really loved about JR was you can kind of break down his construction. You can kind of see the way he thinks, the way he builds his characters, draws hands, guns, whatever. And the other thing that I really, really responded to in the work was the beauty of body language. One of the best guys to kind of balance a figure and get them in cool action poses and stuff like that. Fantastic video game, by the way.
I don't even know that game.
Yeah, a little point and clicker.
You know, your body language on display right here, right? We've got a hostage who's struggling. We have a guy down, which is always a pain to draw. And we've got a dude on the edge with that hostage.
Right.
And I think he's selling that body language of like not doing well.
Having that head cocked up like at such a steep angle.
Whatever drugs he's on, he's on the edge.
Yeah.
And it's very clear. Even like the kids looking out, it's very expressive. You're right. And a contrast, when I think of the Image guys, that is not something I think of as a skill set they have.
Not even close.
So a lot of stuff that's big and you know, guns and stuff was something I was into with the Image guys. But otherwise, storytelling wise, this dude's kind of doing completely different things.
Yeah. This is written by Chuck Dixon. And, you know, I've long on the record on the channel, I'll say it again. It is, you know, himself, Mike Barron. These are conservative, kind of like right-wing dudes. Perfect guys to kind of, you know, exercise their ideas with a comic like this. Very Old Testament.
Yes.
Retribution. If you steal some now and laters from your local bodega, this might be the end for you. This might be the last thing you see. And the thing about these guys too, that you can't dismiss is like the great, paperbacks, the male paperbacks of the day, the Destroyers, your Mickey Spillane stuff, your Elmore Leonards, has that exact bend to it.
It's exactly where Punisher comes out of and is still in that mold at this time. We've looked at, I think we looked at the regular Punisher series #1, and he's going to South America, to fight the drug lords.
It's so
in their
good.
domain. Like it is right out of those paperbacks.
Totally. And the best thing to do is to like pull stuff from the zeitgeist. So like the Mike Baron stuff, it's like, it's Contras, it's dudes sneaking weird shit into aspirin bottles, it's cults, it's like everything that they were talking about today. And I guess this is like Canon Films, drugs on the docks kind of shit.
Yeah, I linger here, one, to show off our creative team, Gregory Wright on color, Klaus Janson doing the inking, but I also linger here because Klaus Janson, I think Zaffino has entered his like sphere of influence. And so you see it in these like diagonal cross hatching, like kind of weird marks that work perfectly here
with a brush.
But I love the stuff like for the barrel being just brushed out, and then like the brushes around, the fire that's coming out of this. There's just some really cool mark making on display on here.
And I'll tell you, like, it's this stuff is the only stuff that makes me think of Jansen because of the approach. Like, I'm not used to him using a thick brush like this on inking the main figure. I think of him as a pen guy.
It's a great contrast too, to bring your pen onto like the hatching on your Uzi compared to like the thick brushwork on the leather.
Right.
It's whenever, and even like Punisher's beard, you can see different attempts to make this texture mean something. And Punisher's kind of like, do what you think is right, walking away from this law enforcement officer who he just saved her life. Her partner needs attention. You make the choice.
Right. And that goes into your, the conservative thinking, because it's still, it's the good cop is still gonna do their job well kind of stuff. And then it's also a character building piece because it's showing you a Punisher ethics.
Speaking of Punisher, this is a version of Punisher I had not seen up to this point.
Absolutely.
That like broken nose kind of, almost like a goon kind of guy.
Absolutely.
Jim Lee was drawing Punisher whenever I started, a far cry from this version.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy who's been through the ringer, who has that streetwise kind of like a pug in the face, Tyson Fury type character.
Yeah. This dude was like a middle linebacker that washed out of the NFL.
That's kind of old Punisher. And then clearly the JR stuff resonated to the point that they're going to get him on some of them gimmick shirts.
Like they have to add the word rage. Really? We're not going to come up with that on that image isn't worth 1,000 words that are synonymous with rage.
Those 90s, man, I tell you.
Who this does call to mind is Tex does some Punisher probably around this time.
Yeah.
And that would be the other guy who really puts the dirt and kind of the bulk on Punisher.
Right.
And takes him away from that cleaner Jim Lee style.
Microchip is a funny conceit, because I could see it being a challenge for the writer of a Marvel comic where the pathology is something that always has to be shared and explored, So Punisher's such a singular character. You could either give him a pet cat that he is talking to on the rooftops, or a puppy. You need to have some supporting character to bounce him off of.
What a better character sidekick than a kid? Because that would be your Batman and Robin version,
right?
Let's clean it up a little bit,
right?
I look at this warehouse where he's operating out of. This is a chop shop where he killed some dudes and anybody that asked questions and just took it over, right? I mean, it's how else do you get this warehouse that's stocked with tools and full of junk cars outside?
Well, you get double the money on life insurance if your partner gets killed.
Yeah, I guess so. So there's some tension between Microchip and Punisher in this story arc, and where's Microchip going? Punisher's going to follow him.
Look at the storytelling, though, man. It's he's throwing tails, and you see exactly what he's doing. He's playing it off. If somebody is following behind him, there's no way you're going to get through this door without being very noticeable behind me.
It's so good too. Like I don't think microchip gets through that door without it being pretty noticeable.
I'm saying
I'm not sure the bag makes it in.
I'm saying it might be erotic. What's happening in between that fucking set of butt cheeks? Man.
Look at the two follow panels, though. You know, like the 2-man shot, right, where we're on Frank Castle and microchip's far away, and then vice versa. Flip that point of view, and we just see barely the little Frank Castle following him. Great stuff.
JR, fantastic storyteller, and I would bet you that this is Marvel method. So all this stuff is JR, and imagine being Chuck Dixon and being delivered these beautifully laid out pages. It must be a pleasure to write on top of.
Yeah, you would think so. That's I was reading, like, you know, how to break into comics or whatever, and they talk about like re-dialogue some pages, you know, thinking Marvel method or whatever, and there's a vast difference between a page that looks like this and probably about writes itself by the time it's put some captions on it, compared to like some of that stuff we look at and it's like, I don't even know which panel is the next panel.
It's that stuff that we heard people talk about, John Byrne discussing taking those Jim Lee pages late and trying to turn them into something
really fantastic. They're like the cat and mouse of following microchip through Manhattan to get to some office where he's talking to somebody in a disguise and the guy's taking notes. That's what we know. This
panel is so brilliant to me. I love the negative space stuff. I've done it a lot myself, like, you know, see X-Men Grand Design and things where the black is just, it's all black. And then you show a couple of pieces that might be in color, and then, but your brain can kind of build the thing. And it does make me wonder, is that Klaus? Or, you know what I mean? Like the JR draw Punisher. And if we saw the pencils, there's so much more pencil labor than there is in ink, because this is all you need. It's iconographic.
I'll give props too to Greg Wright, the colorist. I love the choice of like leaving most of him in white and just those little bits of some color, just a tiny bit.
It's so observant. You know, it is that Queen album cover, or if you saw our Jeff Darrow, Dave Cho conversation, like Jeff's face is completely illuminated and it's everything else is black.
That's amazing. You think an homage to this issue, no doubt.
Right.
Again, with the two, you know, the two-person shot is such a staple of filmmaking. Like when I see it done in these comics where it's done so effectively, so well, it just pops to me. And it's so menacing that the gun in giant close-up in between the two figures. It's like, we're going to have a tense conversation here, Microchip.
This is he's a kind of a bait to me when I meet people who are into comics or something like that, because the fanboys do not respond to his work.
You know, that's something I did not realize until we started this channel. And then you would see some of the comments that are against him. And in my mind, like, I would read this stuff and think like, it reads like, this is, you don't have to read any of the words.
Right.
You know, like, it's so impressive is from an comic book artist standpoint. Like, I never realized there was a backlash until the last 5 years.
Yeah, like we'll see a lot of language come through whenever we're talking comics or showing somebody off, and they'll use the word with some people, like Strowman comes to mind. Oh, he's so underrated, and my thought is, you're hanging with the wrong people,
right? You
know, because in my world, that's not the case.
And properly rated over here.
Yeah, and then the Alan Moore stuff where he's like, give the people what they need. Because like, if the customer knew what he needed, they would be making the thing, or they wouldn't need you. So that comes into it. And then when you want to get real egregious with it, there's a famous scene in Breaking Bad when Jesse Pinkman's going to like the Narcotics Anonymous. And I often think, you know, his monologue there, the reason I'm here is to sell you meth. You're customers to me. And that's where my mind goes. It's like, okay, the fanboys, you're a fanboy. Like, you're the customer. Customer is always right. So I guess this comic ain't for you, but you don't confuse yourself with being an artist or a creative, because we're on two sides of a river.
Some of Jansen's inking on this face, it's just sublime. You know, it's those little tiny pen marks for the cheek. It almost should fall apart. You know, like, it's so... I'm just such a fan of these guys are making music here.
And it's even subtle stuff too. Like, this is an automatic pistol and it's shot 5 times and so fast that you see it all in one panel. That is a brutal weapon.
It's also great, this exchange, right? Like, they have their fight and leave. This is a breakup.
Yeah.
You know, it really is, especially in like a macho comic, you know, that's what you have. There's no love interest here. It's these two.
Exactly. And Microchip says as much, and he's like, "We're not married, dude."
Right, and he's had it, and you see, Castle has the same reaction. Like he's emotionally upset. You know, like okay, this went kind of acceptably, but he's hurt. He says he hurt Microchip. He's acting like he's hurt, shooting the gun in the warehouse, flipping the table over. You know, he'll heal. He just needs more scar tissue. He'd be talking about himself. You know, like this applies both ways.
Yeah, totally. And that just, you know, it speaks to that, you know, Remo Williams vibe.
All right, so we're gonna do a quick cut because this is an ongoing monthly comic, so you got to have a B story. You know, you got to have some subplot that we're gonna be advancing.
Yeah, it's got to go somewhere.
And go to Columbia and some just cliche on cliche drugs and corruption.
That's the one unfortunate thing when we get to these comics, because like I described, right, like when you have the aspirin episodes of Punisher, when you have these cult guys. That's awesome. Maybe, you know, you have your dirty bomb guys. When we have our dudes at the docks and like the narco terrorism stuff, like that's the most boring to me. Product of my time. That's all the, like we come from Noriega time when like that shit dominated the news so much. So it is straight out of that, but it's just not as fun.
They were the I hate to say easy bad guys, but you know, like the drug cartel of the 80s. Even though this is 92, that was like your easy bad guy. We can just stock them in there. Yeah. They're almost like extras in the movie, roll them in.
Right.
I was on board for Shotgun. He shows up in Daredevil, I think is maybe his first appearances, but I thought he looked cool. And I was kind of like always waiting, like, is Shotgun going to get his own book? He's going to get a miniseries. And we don't get great payoffs, but what you do get here is pretty much a setup. Yeah. You know, you can imagine that, okay, these two storylines at some point are going to collide.
And that's the other thing with Punisher, because he doesn't really have a rogues gallery, like, you know, you got Jigsaw or whatever. But what his rogues gallery is other dudes with guns.
Yes.
Like Bushwhacker.
Yeah, and the guns are something that Romita draws the hell out of. Like these guns look solid and like three-dimensional.
Absolutely, man. Which speaks to that construction that we were talking about earlier. Even these guys, like he shows you where the light bounces off them. You just see the shapes that build these figures. But Shotgun gets the image guns, and Frank Castle gets, you know, Berettas and Desert Eagles and things that you could see in Guns and Ammo magazine.
Yeah, it's strange. How about that?
Yeah, dude.
That's a time period, man. All right, so we then get to kind of like what the story arc is going to be for these first several issues, and it is that this is, I guess, mafia guys that are robbing a Chinese bank. You know, there's Chinese organized crime. They're banking in this restaurant in Chinatown. Somehow these mafia goons find out about it. They show up. They rob the bank.
Yeah.
Frank Castle hears about it, and he's going to show up too. But I have to linger on, like, how do you sell this with? I'm not photo referencing the backgrounds and tracing them. I'm not doing full page spread to show you Chinatown. We're just going to have a couple of these neon signs, impressionistic inking to imply almost like that wet ground with the lights reflecting. I love these three panels for those effects.
Yeah, you know where this comes from to me in terms of comic language is the Wolverine miniseries that Frank Miller draws, and in that it's broken down even more to the point where all the color is surprint. And it really sells that effect a lot. When I saw this sequence, I started to think, if you ever read the Andrew Vax, the Burke series, like the triads and stuff factor in, and that's his bank, like that's his people. And I was like, oh man, are we going to get some of that? But no, the other easy bad guy in a Canon Films style comic is like the Chinese, like Black Dragon Society inside of, you know, the major metropolitan American cities. It's like one of those vestiges. It probably, you know, shows up in the pulps during what they called the Yellow Scare and things. And it's like a vestige of that or something.
Dude, this is another 2-page spread of like incredible storytelling in space.
Yeah.
Because you've got a gang coming into a room that's already occupied by a handful of people. I mean, that's 8 bodies, I believe, in one panel at this point. And it's all crystal clear what happens. Goes in, gets rid of these dudes, takes the money, leaves, goes to the getaway car, and then, like, what's the worst thing that can happen? You open up that driver side door of your getaway driver, and he slumps out onto the ground.
You remember?
Not good.
You remember when car doors look like that?
Yeah,
man?
I do. Yeah,
some thick motherfuckers, man.
And of course, turn the page, get some money on that page, man. Now, how much is that spread worth?
Every time I see him doing his gun pages, like the cover comes to mind all the time. the guns are in a proper perspective and really going to a vanishing point. And I think about Art Adams, who never, that's like the one character that he drew the least for those reasons. And whenever you see him draw a character where like guns are involved, you take a look at his pencils and stuff. He's got to he grids out just like a block of perspective, like right here with a million little lines to try to, because like there's nothing worse than a gun that needs Viagra, like a big old limp fucking gun that ain't pointing exactly where it should and stuff.
Yeah, no doubt. How about this panel as like almost the gun spraying, from this panel to this panel?
Yeah.
I think that's really effective. And then even directional devices for the way this is exploding. Like this is a hell of a spread.
Yeah, it's all going to the focal point. And it's like this is the focal point across the spread. The argument for spreads of the 90s was that they wouldn't have two focal points. And this really kind of doesn't in a way. I guess this is, but this is an exception that proves the rule, I would say.
Pretty strong. This is the memorable scene for me from this issue.
Yeah.
This is what I remember as a kid. Kills all those dudes except one, bops him on the head, almost Three Stooges style. That's a pretty funny panel to me.
This whole thing, look at that negative space piece.
Hangs him upside down and has a proposition for him. Wants him to introduce him to his bosses. Bring me in as like your cousin from Kansas City.
Now, the construction of this face, even, it's in perspective. And the way that you could tell, you see the under part of the top eyelid, you see the under part of the nose, you don't see the under part of the bottom lip, you see under part of the top. Like there's so much construction to that that's like super, super sound. For what this comic is, I'm betting that it's still Comics Code approved.
It's ridiculous.
Right.
What is the Comics Code at this point? We've seen how many people have bodies in this issue shot.
But Garth Ennis, Punisher would not do this cheap shit. Like I think that it might even be editorially mandated, or maybe it was chilling effect on Chuck Dixon, no pun intended. But the popsicle thing, this is like the most memorable sequence.
Oh man, I love it. This dude's like resisting. He's not going to introduce him. Man, they got a code.
I'm just saying that fucking Frank Castle would like at least touch that on him a little bit, right on his butt cheek or something.
It is funny to think that's some kind of code concession. That would have been a bridge too far, Ed. You can't burn that guy with a torch.
And also, I think we're becoming bound by the page count here, because it doesn't work really. Like, you have your waterboarding sequence, like your
you
torture.
Think this should be the end of the page, like the page turn should be there?
I don't think, like, you do this thing and then you reveal, you show your hand. So he's showing that he has some kind of heart, and he's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll introduce you. Because it means that he has to fully let him go 100%. And that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Like, you get fully let go, like, you're immediately going to your dudes. You're moving to Kansas yourself.
That would be the move.
Yeah,
that's what I would do when I got let go.
Exactly. So
I'm going straight.
So as a storytelling piece, like I don't think that works.
I think it works great for a comic book of 20 pages. We've covered a lot of ground in this amount, and I feel like this would be. How long would this comic be today?
6 issues, man.
Oh, so we basically get to the end of issue 1 and meet Johnny Tower. See, that's the part that I'm going to criticize.
Yes, he's Johnny Tower because he has like a piercing pagoda from Century 3 Mall, kayfabe earring, and the gayest little ponytail.
That is straight out of you've just seen the latest Steven Seagal movie. Let's put that in the next Punisher.
I was thinking Joe Pesci, there's it was the Moonwalker video, like where he plays a bad guy in the Michael Jackson like short film where Michael Jackson becomes a big robot, and he has that little, it's just like an inch off the head. Yeah,
that's funny. There should be like a super cut of that on YouTube of like all the bad guys that have like just the barely.
And Jim Shooter had one at some time, but I think his might have been longer.
That's funny. But nevertheless, here we go, man. He's infiltrating the mafia.
He's got the Christ on the chest, man. Do you believe in him? He's the savior. But this makes me think of Artie Lang on Stern. He Italian Catholic dude, and he talked about like his uncles in the mafia or something who were pressing people to pay up and showing up to people's houses with the Ash Wednesday shit on their forehead.
Hey man, check this out. It feels like this might be like a redone page or panel.
Yeah, because like it's like you don't see
really
the hatchings.
Close. Yeah, the hatching. There's some differences, but I think like, you know, like
take the same pencils.
Concept wise, yeah, maybe the same pencils. Even the forehead and the lighting on the nose seems like it's the same. Probably the same pencils. Wonder if this was done as like a possible cover, or if they just redid it like it was an early page, and they're like, you know what, that's not quite the style I'm going for. Or something.
Yeah, it's possible that this could have been a promo piece, because you know how like the catalogs would be several months in advance, so you need to, it's like some salesmanship ahead of time. That'll be a Klaus question or a JR question for the future.
Interesting stuff. And cover preview for the next issue, negatived out. So the inverse of the black and white there. I think it's a cool issue. I remember as a setup, it was like, because Punisher often, I think, suffered from not really having much story.
Yeah.
You know, like everybody's dead by the end of the issue or whatever.
It's a hard character.
This was kind of a neat concept of like, he's going to go undercover as a mobster.
Right. Good stuff. Ready to go?
Yeah. All right, guys. Up next, Iron Man 232. The Barry Windsor Smith, one of 3 Barry Windsor Smith Iron Man issues, and I think probably the strongest of the 3. Oh, Todd, hope your cat's all right, man. I had a big ordeal with one of my cats for about 3 months. We took our cat to have his teeth cleaned. They ended up extracting a couple teeth. He had a reaction to an antibiotic, and like a sore opened on his side, and eventually had to be operated on to close that. And he's all back good now, but it took a long time to get it all sorted out. I have not seen the new Crow trailer. A lot of these comics turn movies. Like, I don't end up seeing the movies. I've never seen Sin City, you know, and I love that comic, but they're just completely different entities to me. And nothing against it. Like, I would probably maybe watch it, but I don't know. It just never different thing. I don't know what to say. Like Watchmen, I haven't seen Watchmen, and I don't know.
So crazy, dude. You know, one night sleeping with that mouth guard, I would say like 75% of it, any of that pain went away.
That's good.
It's just crazy that happens when you can't control it.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
A weird one. You know what? Don't here zoom.
Yeah. Ready when you are, Jimmy.
Hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
We're looking at a very fun Barry Windsor Smith comic today, but before we do, I want to remind all of our new audience members that we are a daily comic book YouTube channel. We've been doing this for over 5 years, which means we have 1,700 plus videos in our back catalog. You can search for those on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, the homepage. You can search by character, by creator, by title. I'm sure you'll find some videos that you will love and that talk about the books that you love. I also want to remind everybody that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. That link is below this video. We have 3 different levels that'll get you access to our videos early. That'll help offset the kayfabe effect. Sometimes we show off rare comics, hard to find comics. You want to be the first one in line to get those before they disappear or the price goes up, what we call the kayfabe effect. And the best way to do that, become a King Kayfaber, because then you get access to all of our videos first, because you sit in on the recording session, which has become one of my favorite parts of actually recording these videos, is talking with all the King Kayfabers. So you can find that link right below this video. All right, Ed. Barry Windsor Smith, one of my favorite mainstream comic book artists, does not have a giant run of anything. You know, he kind of dips in and out of comics, does creator-owned stuff as we progress into his career, but he did do several fill-in issues at Marvel over the years. And so we are looking at one of those today, this Iron Man issue 232. This is from 1988, and you see his credit is plot, pencil art, and colors. Yeah. So David Michelini, I think, was the regular writer of Iron Man. Bob Layton, a regular, I guess, inker, sometimes writer of Iron Man. So most of the creative team there, but we get Barry Windsor Smith, an all-star artist, and a guy that Jim Shooter said one of the few artists that moved the needle when it came to book sales.
Yeah.
So a heavy hitter at the time and still to this day.
Yeah. And I do think, he did have a substantial run where he made his name on Conan, 2-year run. And that is there's a phenomenon there. Something that I speak about with Kayfabe a lot, where like the sort of blockbuster monthly comics creators, the mainstream comics dudes, almost all of them, to a man, has a 2-year run on something where they really establish their name. And that is something that comics does not have any longer. There's no consistency on a book, but you can point to dozens of guys who have a 2-year run. And the 2-year run, there are people who stick around longer, but the sweet spot is almost within a 24-issue period. It doesn't extend. It becomes long in the tooth.
That one is an extraordinary run because he kind of starts out,
he's very
not there yet.
Yeah.
And by the end, it's like Barry Windsor Smith,
yeah.
Like you see him mature over that run. Yeah,
exactly.
Definitely a legendary run, but also one that's, 15 years in the rearview mirror at this point. And he's done a lot of development over that time.
Whenever I was a kid and grabbing comics, like this is what Iron Man looked like. He had the silver and the red. And then that's when Dick Grayson was Nightwing. And I started thinking, purposes of the channel and stuff, checking out these comics from the time that are like from our direct childhood, like from the eras that I was reading. It made so much sense when the 90s comes around and it's like, here's your comics, kids. Here's your Spider-Man one and stuff. Because I had the Secret Wars toys of Iron Man, so I had the yellow and red. So when you get this, you're like, well, this ain't the real Iron Man. And then you have the Adam West Batman where Dick Grayson is Robin and stuff. And then when you get the Nightwing showing up, you're like, I'm getting all this, like there's stuff that's bogged down with so much history, but I'm not getting the real version because in my mind, first impressions are real, so it makes so much sense that the comics that come like a couple years later are like these kind of like reboot things. And we responded so deeply because these old comics had so much baggage to them.
Yeah, no doubt.
I love all the directional stuff. So many shapes and little lines pointing to our main focal point. I love the contrapposto of that body.
Yeah, and I love the coloring. You say like the silver costume, but if you look at that leg, you've got light blue, purple, white, and yellow, and black. All on that silver leg, like it's one of those things like you would see Colossus or something, even you see it on the face shield as well, the silver face shield with all those colors. Figuring out how to do like metal in your 64 color comic palette was always interesting to me.
It's brought up often too on the channel where you have competing colors from the background and the foreground. And he mitigates that by being the colorist because he can make sure that that's not going to be the case with something like this. And even in shadow, this guy pops.
Yeah, it's great to see the color work because like here he's coloring with no holding line in the background, which if he weren't the colorist, you would, it'd be, I don't think there'd be any chance that some other colorist would come in and be drawing that stuff at this time period.
Yeah, and this is what we associate with the Weapon X era Barry Windsor Smith. It looks like if it's not a shifted plate, he's even building in some like magenta for the like a blurry depth of field kind of effect.
I wonder like the poor people tasked with cutting the color separations on a Barry Windsor Smith color job.
Oh yeah.
I feel bad for him. Like there's a lot of ways that can be wrong. It could be out of line. It could be badly cut plates.
Yeah, but
that's like drawn
exactly.
On
and so are these. So I think there was like some evolution in technology a little bit that was like allowing for that. So using zips there?
Can't tell.
Or is that color bend day?
Yeah.
This is a weird comic, and I would bet that two guys are up for the plot on this, and it is and then he woke up story, which is the lowest form of storytelling ever constructed. Like there's nothing, you get no points for that whatsoever, so it sucks. But the artwork fantastic, and it's going there because like this is none of the other comics beyond the X titles would have these sequences where it was just like pure like dream sequence stuff. So this is like the Iron Man version of that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out like where this fits with the Machine Man limited series that Windsor Smith does. I believe this is after that.
Yeah, and if you keep in mind, like he's working on top of Trimpy there, so he's playing more of background role, or maybe drawn over top of breakdowns.
And I think of like the X-Men fill-in issues, like compared to a page like this, I wonder if that dream setting was part of like how you get him on this book, because it's probably a faster job than a lot of those jobs.
And it's
that X-Men fill-in, some of that stuff looks like it should be about 6 months worth of work for one issue.
And this is a guest starring thing. So with that, they would do a lot is it would be like an aside to the A story back then, because there were reliable teams that would handle the main thing, but maybe there would have to be some catch up that would go down. See, dude, it's so funny, like when you see this stuff and then you realize like that's like Scott Williams was like studying this kind of shit for his own work. It's all there. It was in front of our faces the entire time, and we just didn't pay that close of attention.
Yeah, definitely. And for having a story that doesn't have really a story, you do see these beautiful little moments of storytelling, having the mask ripped off and Tony Stark left in that pile of bodies. And I guess this is following a storyline of his technology gets out and is used as like weapons by presumably bad guys, but people die with his technology essentially. And so it's him coming to terms with that,
right.
The idea that he's responsible for all of this. Whenever the original Iron Man shows up, how great does he look?
Right.
Like that silver and red costume, man, that's not my Iron Man.
Right.
Of course, I'll be honest, I don't have an Iron Man. There's no real run. Even the John Romita run, it's pretty awesome looking. Like I don't feel that I have an Iron Man, run that I love, or
I
read
have,
in time or
I have,
anything.
Yeah, I have more Iron Man comics than probably anybody I know, and it would be like week 4 of going to Shop and Save in a month with mom, and it's like I got all the other stuff that I wanted, and I guess I'll grab an Iron Man comic.
I should read those Romita Jr. ones because I've pieced together that run, and I think his art looks fantastic on him.
And obviously,
I think Byrne writes.
Well, that's the second run. That's the second run that JR did, and that's Armored Wars 2. Take a look. Type in you hit the magnifying glass. Best colored Marvel comic. It's like one of the great Armored Wars comics that JR draws with John Byrne writing, and Joe Rosas on the color, I believe, and it's fucking fantastic.
I am so mesmerized by him almost watercoloring.
Yeah.
With the traditional comic palette. It's so bizarre.
I imagine that when he's at Gorblimey doing his prints and all of that, I bet you he got such a great understanding of how print really works. And I think the best of cartoonists benefit from that by understanding how print works, how the surprints are constructed, because then you can do things, And then there's just like weird little choices. Like I bet you that was an accident.
Yeah, it could be.
I bet you he was going to start doing something, and then he got almost all the page done and was like, fuck, just got to leave that one.
It really makes me wonder like how these separations are created, if he's doing separations where he's like actually coloring on them or something himself.
Right, yeah, on the plates. Like, I mean, that's basic. That's what surprints were. So maybe, like that's what it is. And then, you double up the surprint, because like that would probably be 100% magenta, 100% yellow. So then, you just double that up, and then, they'll print from there.
Also, for the fans of Valiant out there, this is your preview of what's going to be like 92 Valiant, where it's Leighton inking over top of Windsor Smith on some of that stuff.
Right.
Which is kind of weird in my head to think about. But this team will get reunited in the future. And, the famous, when I think of Tony Stark, is alcoholic, right? So now he's really confronting those demons whenever it's like, hey, have your drink. Here's your escape. And it's coming from Iron Man. Such again bizarre. This is some of that color you're talking about, like putting almost like dabs on your 50% magenta plate on top of that yellow.
And when you see that, I mean, that looks like identifiable Prismacolor marker, like the fat end marks. That's what that looks like.
And his face is just full of it.
Yeah,
this is something that you would see this kind of mark making a lot in the Weapon X stuff that he colors. So I am curious like how that gets put together. And I also think it's interesting to see that applied to a metallic, like a robot character, and it's still like organic coloring put on top of it. Even like the hatching and stuff, I think of Windsor Smith as a very organic style, maybe a contrast with Scott Williams and some of the people that came after him. It's very organic to me. So to put that on an Iron Man costume is just, it's an interesting mashup. Man, that's
a money shot.
Pretty strong. A lot of eye candy on these spreads.
I think Layton does good on him. You know, it looks good on this paper. I think that I could be completely fooled. You know, because I keep forgetting that he's a part of this thing, man. But I think he does a good job on top of BWS.
Yeah, I think it looks really nice, and I think it is that flexograph printing era.
Yeah,
those dots are big.
Yeah, it's that era,
and
for sure.
That is not always, not my favorite era for comics printing. But this stuff looks sharp.
Yeah, that's for sure. Because what would happen is when you would draw thin lines, and you could draw lines thinner than that. Like Terry Austin basically had to adjust his style, because when he would ink Art Adams, you would see across a chunk of the pages these wormy lines. It's because the plates were plastic. They were plastic and they were using heat. So imagine like a super little thin raised piece of plastic exposed to heat. Of course it's going to warp. And that was something that I was always curious about, because the G.I. Joe comics from the era when I was a kid would have that. And I would always wonder, like, how is it so uniform across the board, but all the lines don't have that? You know what I'm saying? Like, all the lines don't have it, but is it a hair? Did a hair get onto the paper?
The fun exercise for people at home is imagine what this looks like with a third-party colorist.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not getting these kind of like drawn-on pieces of color.
Yeah, I mean, we've done several videos, 2 videos on the same issue, actually, because we forgot. But where it was like, nobody could color Barry Windsor Smith except Barry Windsor Smith. Look, this is the Umbrella Academy, Gerard Way version of Hulk, with the emo haircut and stuff.
Boy, this is not John Romita Jr. in the bullpen drawing these characters.
Very much like outsourced, kind of, because there's not one discernible Marvel-like line there. It looks like tracing, but like from somebody who has no context for the material.
It's tough. Yeah, it's funny. There are Don Simpson elements in the Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's true.
But boys, you go across there, they aren't on all of them.
And look what happens when you try to take something that was photographed, that was in 4-color. Like, imagine if they tried to 4-color up Dark Knight Returns. It would look like this.
Wow. Yeah, that's tough. Even like these kinds of choices, to have your saturated colors and like this pseudo circuitry and everything.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something that a colorist is just not going to come up with that. That's such a
It'll be one
unique quality that Barry Windsor Smith brought to these comics. That sense of color. It was so different than almost any colorist. Even some of the good colorists, I don't think they would go in this kind of direction.
The
it's
guys,
almost pop art.
The guys from his era really lamented the color. Neil Adams, Howard Chaykin, and you see where they grew. Like how Uncle Howie and Neil Adams, rest in peace. Like, when they could play with a million colors, they did, and the radial blurs and the lens flares and all that stuff. But that said, when Neil Adams was extending the palette on 4-color, it was very special stuff. So Klaus Janson, the artists do the best coloring. There was one era. There was a year where I was up for the Color Eisner and Emil Ferris, and it was all cartoonists and like Dave Stewart. And that was good bait to put out there to see what the venom of people and stuff. Because like the colorists were like, I did this many pages.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, are we playing volume?
Right.
Or are we playing skills? Because like, half you motherfuckers are just playing a coloring book. You know what I'm saying, man? And we were laughing at that pretty hard.
This kind of reminds me of Kirby in terms of color, if that makes any sense. Because it's like
the blacklight joints.
Yeah, it's so saturated. It's almost all your primary colors. Also, like, he's doing a bunch of these like 2-panel kind of pages, and if you look at those like giant 2-panel pages, it kind of illustrates like we're not real. This isn't. Don't judge this story. You know what I mean? Like, we're here to look at like these weird, almost psychedelic images. It's the guy's dreams or whatever.
Yeah,
he does probably rise to the how do you do a dream comic better than most.
Absolutely.
Because at least the stuff looks fantastic.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's where it all hinges. It can't be rooted in house style, like Marvel comic stuff.
The other artist I always think of with Iron Man is Gene Colan, which is another one who I think of as very organic. Yeah. And it's weird to me that these guys that I think of as like more organic somehow are able to do like a metallic character, you know, like a metal robot character at a high level.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's well said. And look at that, dude. Got the noirish Venetian blinds on the face.
With a lot of color. You know, like that flesh is like purple, magenta, yellow.
There's green
as like
on the
your lines. Yeah, that's fascinating artist. Like nobody else at Marvel or DC is working this way. Nobody picked this up and said, let me try playing around with those color plates.
Yeah, just Klaus, man. It's just him and Klaus.
Like, and Klaus is really his own style, you know, like he's not like painting these like weird shapes. I love Klaus's coloring, but it's a different approach. You know, this is just pretty bizarre. I'm surprised it works. I'm surprised Marvel was like, yeah, you want to do more of that? Go ahead.
It only works if you build good name equity. It only works if it's demonstrable in the way that Jim Shooter points out. Bingo. Where, yeah, this motherfucker sells. So I'm going to pump the brakes. I'm going to let this dude. I think that is the strength of editors. Is you gotta know everybody's not equal, and when somebody really shows up, you got to give them some latitude.
This is a horrible picture. It's hard for me to figure out this, but it's
Eastman and Laird shit.
It's a birthday cake Barry Windsor Smith had made for Bob Layton, and it makes me really curious. Like, what did that thing actually look like?
We got to see that, man. We live in an era. I mean, we're connected with them dudes on Facebook. Like, you go through their thing, maybe you find an image of that.
Yeah, put that out there if we can find that. I'd be very, very curious to see Barry Windsor Smith icing a cake or whatever.
The way he does it, it looks like Barry Smith, like when he was doing full Kirby.
Yeah, that's fun stuff. So kind of cool. There's a few other Barry Windsor Smith fill-ins out there. There's some Daredevil and stuff. So probably not the last time we'll check out one of these Barry Windsor Smith fill-in issues.
Did he do the full Daredevil issue or just a cover?
Yeah, he did a full issue.
Yeah, I know that one.
Not the issue that he does the cover.
Oh, okay.
It's a different issue. But I think it might be like Ann Nocenti's first issue or one of the very first issues she does. So like before the Romita Jr. run in the beginning.
We got to dig that out, Jimmy.
Yep. All right, guys. Martial Law #1. How about that Kent Williams on the back? I was thinking of the Kent Williams books that are out there. He has a Wolverine book that's line art.
He has X-Men.
Does he?
Yeah. It's he might have inked over top of somebody, but I've had that pulled. It's the one with Donald Pierce and the Reavers on the cover, around the Genosha era. That's him.
I need to dig that out.
Yeah, I've had it pulled as an issue for a long time.
Man, I'm really curious to see that. He also, I believe, inks Dennis Cohen on that Fight for Tomorrow book. Dave Cho does a cover or two of that.
Yeah, I don't
know
that
there's a sequence in it that's like half an issue of Wordless where it's a fight scene because it's kind of like a kung fu kind of comic. That's really neat. But yeah, these painters, I almost always love when I see their line work.
Right.
I don't know if it's like they understand light and dark different, or they just, maybe they're holding their tools different. Yeah. But there's something about that usually pops for me.
That idea that Laird presented about Steve Bissette, like paints and ink, like that's what you see a lot. And you check Cho's Instagram, and when he's doing ink stuff, like he's using lettering nibs and using them to such amazing effect that like it's so fucking ballsy. And it would be ballsy for comics, but it's like
I've seen some feeds on my Instagram of people doing that where it's like they're holding the pen, like back here,
yeah,
and they're kind of like
this shit.
It's wild, and it's that nib like you talk about. It's like one of those nibs where it's like I don't even know. I'd be afraid of like snagging it on the paper because they're just like winging it around.
Yeah,
really doing some cool stuff with it. I don't know about doing comics. It feels like, man, it'd be strange. Like sometimes you need a little more precision, but it's amazing watching like the lines that come out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see maybe Dave McKean do some of that, and
yeah, I mean, he's another one of those guys that's like understands paint, and somehow they transfer that to ink, and just does something for me.
All right, let's lock it in. Dude, we speak of the man, and then he starts texting you. Good to go.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into Martial Law #1, want to remind everybody we're a daily comic book YouTube channel. We've been doing this for over 5 years, over 1,700 videos to choose from, and you can search for them on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage. Search by creator, character, comic book. You'll find stuff that you love there. I also want to let you know that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon that is linked below this video. We appreciate your support on our Patreon. It'll give you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get access to all of our videos first because you sit in on the recording session. And that helps you out whenever we show off a book that is rare or hard to find because they disappear and they go up in price, something we call the Kayfabe effect. And if you are a King Kayfaber, you will be the first one adding those books to your collection. So with that said, Ed, Pat Mills, Kevin O'Neill, martial law, maybe one of the sickest, darkest takes on superheroes we had seen up to this point, 1987. Revisionist superheroes, you know, following Dark Knight and Watchmen, they're really starting to become much more prevalent. And this is probably one of the harshest takes on the idea of superheroes. And of course, it's coming from some 2000 AD vets. You know, they tend to, I think, look at American pop culture with enough perspective to show us our foibles right in our face.
Yeah, and the superhero is, you know, that's an American affectation, you know, to be sure. So there's a lot of room to play. This idea of, you know, this leather daddy outfit with all the kink gear that was probably created at that time, put into one character. It all works, man.
It's a heck of a cover. Really, like, I feel sends a message, right?
I mean, the logo. What's more American than this, dude? American flag in the shape of a gun.
Very true. And to the superhero point, you've got your cape tied around a smoking bazooka, and then the poor superhero's mask. You're wearing it like a head around your waist.
Yeah, dude. It's the fucking you know, necklace of Vietnamese ears, which there is a version of that in this comic.
Yeah, so pretty striking right off the bat, and epic. Marvel's creator-owned kind of adult imprint from the 80s. So, you know, Elektra Assassin would have been wearing that logo as well.
Mike Kubert, school teacher Phil Felix, doing the lettering on this gimmick. Surely paced up, I'm sure, man. Those two guys, Kevin O'Neill, Pat Mills over there in the UK. I'm sure they presented the complete piece, and then it gets sent over to Uncle Phil to do the lettering for.
Yeah, I think that's probably a safe bet. And I believe Kevin O'Neill on your color.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You're getting like the painted backdrop and chapter 1, Stars and Strippers.
Rest in peace. You know, like we spoke when we started the channel while he was still with us, and we spoke to enough people that had connection with him, but they all basically said, you're not going to get Kevin O'Neill. He's a private guy. But he's like, man, I wish we could have just even off the record had a chat with him, because he is one of my favorite makers of comics. I think he has several distinct eras of comic making, because the Nemesis stuff doesn't look like this.
Right.
And this doesn't look like his Alan Moore collaborations on League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And he might even have some other eras of work too.
Yeah, he's really great, but also there's I don't know how to say this exactly because I mean it as a compliment, but there's a lack of refinement. There's like a little bit of an awkwardness or almost a dumb line.
Oh, definitely.
That he puts into the work that I really gravitate towards. I linger here because it's the Shadow, but is it also Frank Miller?
Nowadays, yeah, for sure.
I mean, it really feels like
like right there.
It might be apt. How about this guy coming up as your bad guy that we're going to see here?
Yeah, Jason from number 2.
The killer of these superheroes at the time.
Yeah.
A lot of story piled on here too.
Which, you know what, I actually when I was first going through it, I ignored it. Like, it was invisible because like that's indicia space, right? And I totally didn't pay attention for like 3 pages, and then I'm like, oh, I got to go back and check that out.
And the story is the world has turned on superheroes.
It's that age-old thing. I mean, this is proto The Boys stuff, where, you know, the superheroes are perverts and they abuse their powers and all that kind of stuff. So you need somebody to regulate those motherfuckers. Yeah,
the perfect probably double header if you'd like to read another would be Brat Pack. To me would be like the other book to go ahead and hop on after you read this one and enjoy it. How about that for super cool visuals?
Yeah, for sure, man. At least this first issue, it reads a mess. It's hard to kind of keep everything straight, and I think it's because the guys are shot out of a cannon and super stoked on this concept, so they're really cramming stuff in. And what happens is there's a lot of voices, you know, in this comic. Up to this point, we're talking about off the record. Like, I don't know that Pat Mills did very many like 25 or 32 page comics at this moment. Right. So it's almost a different medium.
Yeah, different pacing or something like that. And I'm a bacteria. I'm the lowest form of life. I'm a superhero. There's so much there because it's referenced, I think, clearly to something like a Watchmen, something like Dark Knight, even for that matter. But I also think it is cutting promos on superhero comics because a lot of creators, I think, did not like superhero comics.
Interesting. Like I was taking it as this is like the extreme. So I mean, after Dark Knight and all that stuff, that's when you get your alcoholic characters and all this pathos. And I just thought of it as like a parody of the people who picked up that baton after Moore and Miller did their thing, because this is like the most melodramatic version of.
Yeah, and she is begging for her life, but she's got to fly because she is a superhero.
Right, yeah, meaning he's going to throw her off the thing because really she's just a stripper gram dressed up as a superhero. And I have met some mainstream people in comics, writers who want the old lady to dress up like a chick. So I wonder, like a superhero. So I wonder if Pat Mills might have met one or two of those guys.
It's funny too, these characters, this guy, supervillain costume, liked it so much he wears it all the time. I feel like that's a really fun getting into the psychology of this idea of alter egos and the superhero as whatever, aspirational, fantasy, all those elements. Like there's so much room in superheroes, I think, to cut promos. And you see it sometimes in something like The Tick, where it's like, we can do this for humor. You know, like there's a lot of room here to kind of like make fun of some of these tropes. But I think you can go this other direction too, that psychological, melodramatic, you know, really look at like, what are we doing here? Why are we idolizing this stuff? You know, and I think that that's what this kind of movement, this era was about. You know, it was almost like unpacking this stuff from an adult perspective in a way that forever it just didn't get done, you know, for Comics Code or for sales reasons. You know, if you were really selling to 8-year-olds, I'm not sure this book works.
Yeah, and it's people who are already locked in who weren't even thinking in those terms. I think that a lot of them sort of are that way. And you know, we spoke with Gilbert Hernandez, and he said that, like, you know, I don't need revisionist superheroes in my comics reading. I don't need Watchmen. Like I like reading comics about superheroes by people who, you know, are making a superhero comic. So, you know, the beauty of the medium is you could have it all.
Yeah, right. Pretty dark too. Like out the window, we see Celeste falling as everybody's too busy watching their TV and
this art,
not paying attention.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's the star of the show for me. I really love it. And it looks like O'Neill's having a blast, like being, you know, designing these costumes, drawing these characters. Gang Green.
Right.
He even looks like a sicko in every way. That mask, the nose, the teeth, the eyeballs, it's cartoony. The ears that you mentioned, you know, he's wearing it. It's just everything is there.
And it is like kinky is a constant thought in my mind, like looking through these pages, because it's all gimp masks and bondage domination aesthetics and stuff. Yeah,
and this dude's sorry, the Nearly Man. Nearly a superhero.
It almost looks like the TM Max Immortal joint.
Yeah, it really
which was another one of those kind of revisionist take, you know, look at the fascistic nature of superheroes, yada yada. It was a whole movement.
This sequence is pretty fun, as he's like, I wear it strapped to the side of my leg, right? He has a secret here.
Right.
When it's erect, it's over 3 feet long, a bit uncomfortable when I'm running. Yes, they did offer to cut it off, but I wouldn't have felt like a hero without one. And what we find out that is a tail.
It's so good.
Which Gang Green exploits. No monkey jokes, please. This is giving us superheroes a bad name. You talk about kink, like that just feels so, every element almost designed that way. And I think that's in some other people's work. I feel like that's in Preacher. You know, if you're going to cut some promos on American pop culture, like, I guess that comes up, you know, like we're all repressed in it. Kill as many people as you want in the Comics Code Punisher issue, but do not show a bare boob.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's hard not to go after that, I think, if you're going to cut promos on Americana. And now here we go, yet another voice, you know, to your point of like how much info is in here. And it's funny, like I was just thinking, if you count, I wonder if this is about 8 pages or so to like a section.
Yeah.
You know, if these creators are kind of thinking in terms of like 2000 AD or, Pat Mills especially, I think, predominantly wrote for 2000 AD, so it would have been that format.
The way that the color medium is taking to the paper here, it looks like Doc Martin dyes, because like Doc Martin dyes, they don't really wash on in the way that watercolors wash on. They kind of will do a bit of a hard edge, and you have to like really work it to get it to kind of wash out. I would be surprised, because I feel like, I don't know how many Doc Martin dye sets were across the pond, like it seems like it would make sense for it to just be watercolor. But this page in particular is so close to like a lot of the teachers that I had that that used Doc Martin dyes. It looks so close to that.
I should have looked up original art from this, because now it makes me kind of curious, like what these pages look like. Because that's the other thing. Like if you're doing painted art in the 80s, the originals always look different. Yeah, and you know it's such a crapshoot.
One of the questions I would have when looking at that would be, because it's a question I have for myself. I was thinking about doing some marker color for my thing. Do you color to size? Do you color just a little bigger? Do you color the exact same size as your original artwork and then benefit from reduction? Like I don't know those answers at all. I haven't done enough practical color to be well schooled enough to see the virtues of everything. So I'd be curious what a master would choose to do.
Yeah. And here's our intro to martial law. He's a hero hunter.
Good vehicle, pretty incredible, man. From a distance, from where I'm sitting, you got to say Simon Bisley's name in the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, man. Good point. And really early, I'm trying to think of when he would have started doing like ABC Warriors or whatever. It definitely seems like there's maybe some crossover, some influence coming from Kevin O'Neill, and why not? Like that's one of the parts that really I enjoyed in this art, is those Bisley-esque elements, which I think fit a superhero so well. Like some of the differences in Kevin O'Neill's art from some of the other eras of his art, I do think it's amped up for the superhero elements.
Rob McCollum in the chat, man. It was dyes. I asked. So thanks a lot, Rob,
well done.
for hipping us.
The other element of this comic that makes me think about 2000 AD is the density. Like it's not just a bunch of, a lot of material, but also like the panels. There's so much info on these pages. Even the detail. Like if you told me this was done 2-up, it wouldn't shock me.
Right.
It's pretty small, fully painted figure.
That's a good call, man, because I think, I have the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Artist Edition, and I think it's well bigger than 11 by 17.
Yeah, I think I remember that. And Gangrene, man, there's the setup, right? Cape Killer, you're dead. So good. Kind of overwhelm him, with their numbers. Looks great. Yeah, it's an interesting book, and especially for that time period. I wonder how it was received at the time. Like this is not a book that I heard a lot about.
Yeah, when did this thing come out?
87.
Okay, so this would be in the exact conversation with the kids who were digging on Lobo and like Hewlett's Tank Girl. So it would be your generation, the kids who were like 5-6 years older than me were fucking with some martial law, because they started to, like, this is a hard comic for me to read, this one issue. I don't know if it gets, like, I have every issue. I'd like to see if they find their footing and stuff, because it was so ubiquitous for the time, so many crossovers. But then, when Clive Barker gets at Marvel, like there's Pinhead crossovers and stuff. So it becomes Savage Dragon, yeah, it becomes, very respected and stuff. But like, you get so little martial law in this thing, and you're setting up this whole world that you need a fresh issue to, a next issue to see what they're really going for.
Yeah, and a lot of it, maybe that's why, like, vulnerable people with problems, people who aren't perfect, it just is so, like, it's a new era for this whole idea of the superhero. And obviously it's adult, right? We're seeing women's bodies with the bag over their head, broken on the ground, guy's tail hanging out. But it's different in the sense too of like the flaw of humans, right? Like if it's a kid's comic, Superman can be perfect,
right?
In a kid's world that works. But now let's make comics for adult readers. It seemed like that's a weird thing to figure out. How do you do superhero comics for adult readers? You know, people are still figuring that out, and these guys, I think, pushing it.
Right. Also, by the way, like I think that maybe Kevin O'Neill was a bit of a masochist also, just designing that damn costume and
true.
Having to draw it a bunch.
You always hear those rules of costume design is you got to draw the thing 1,000 times, man. You make it simple.
The greatest practical joke in the history of comics is Carlos Esquerra creating the Judge Dredd costume and only drawing like 50 pages of it.
Hilarious.
That fucking eagle on the shoulder. Good luck.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, he's not helping himself with the vehicle either. Try drawing that thing from different angles. How about that for fun cartooning? You know, just distorting these faces and stuff.
Yeah, this is where you start singing, man, because you're like Batman looking dude. And then I think of in the Tick cartoon, they never explored him in the comic books, but on the cartoon, and if you ever see the Deflator Mouse opera where there's like bat masks and stuff like that, that's what that looks like. Deflator Mouse.
Pray don't slay. We're even doing the costuming on our religious people.
A lot of that stuff, man. The bazooka always has something new and cheeky on it.
Yeah, that always feels very very British to me for some reason. And the reason is Deadline magazine, I guess. But I don't know that that's where it originates, having that kind of running background little bits of text here and there.
Yeah. I mean, my first thought is Mad.
Yeah.
That character really is Dick Tracy, man.
Yeah, a lot of information, like I say, in this opening issue, and it does make me curious to read more of this stuff because, like you, these are comics that I've put together over time.
Yeah.
So I think I have all of, or damn near all of, martial law, but I've never sat down and read it from beginning to end.
Totally, because you scoop it up and you just get fucking mesmerized by this Kevin O'Neill artwork. You can't believe it, and then it is super wordy, but. It's worth another shot.
It's very fun too, seeing stuff dumped, right? Wrecking Crew, Suicides, Brute Force, Neighborhoods, California Bastards, Skin Jobs, Group Therapy, Bad Energy, and the Ammo Zones. These are all like the various factions that can explode in this war.
What's funny nowadays is for some reason like online the algorithms don't like drugs, blowjob, suicide, so this is how people will spell it whenever they're like advocating, so that the algorithm doesn't fuck up their message.
Interesting. Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah,
but nevertheless, this feels like it could be right out of like an Eric Larson Savage Dragon book for like groups of rival gangs.
Shouts to Uncle Phil, man, for the lettering, dude. He was using Hunt 102 to do his lettering for Marvel Comics at that time.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
you see a little variation in that line weight. That's pretty good. I tip my cap to people that'll letter with a Hunt 102.
I think he had like a flint that he carried with him, or carried meaning he was working while at school and would run the 102 on it and get some of the stuff off there.
So we're having our shootout here, and this dude's like, "May I suggest a vertical insertion?" And he says, "If it's painful." That idea of like feeling the pain throughout this is very, very fun. So I need to read more of this, Ed, quite frankly.
Agreed.
And I was very happy to have an excuse to pull out this issue. And I feel like there's a bunch of books we look at this week that I'm going to be doing follow-ups on my own reading.
Sure.
Out of the way. The nice thing is this is a time period whenever these books are selling. I linger on the Keith Giffen Video Jack. This is another series that I've picked up over the years.
For sure.
Because these books were selling. There was a thirst after 1986. And look at what Epic is putting out. Mobius, that Iron Man computer graphic novel. I believe this is maybe Larry Stroman, at least on some of the Alien Legions. I
think he was first. I thought he was, because this is volume 2, but I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Yeah, this actually doesn't look like Stroman to me, but I know he did a bunch of the Alien Legion stuff, when I was looking for like, where do you find that? So kind of interesting what Epic is doing. Probably Archie Goodwin in charge at this time, but boy, look at those Mobius graphic novels. And
it's Arzak, I think, like in the checklist, I think it's the Arzak book that's coming out, which, I mean, embarrassment of riches. I think that these guys did not benefit from like the Epic stuff. It never got that much of a push. There was no incentive for Marvel at large to promote this shit that they didn't benefit from that much. There was an episode of our Eastman and Laird stuff where we got the guys on the hook on the record, and they talked about how, you know, Archie Goodwin sat down and had the conversation with them to like make Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles into an epic comic, and all the requirements that would come with that. They're like 50% of all licensing, like a lot of disadvantageous stuff.
The other thing that's happening at this time period is Epic, I think, more than creator owned, was adult. You know, it was like the adult line for Marvel, and there was real pushback. You know, like the Buddy Saunders and stuff,
Right.
like there were movements against the violence in comics. Like when I did that 86 zine, there were articles about like Elektra Assassin, you know, being news programs talking about how like these comics aren't for kids.
Yeah.
And there were retailers that are like, no, keep them behind the counter.
It's true.
Don't promote them.
Yeah.
You know, like there are memos that slipped out from some of these big chain stores that were doing that. So that was probably something that hurt both Epic and maybe made Marvel a little gun shy on pushing this stuff.
Yeah, that's true. And even down to distribution. Steve Geppi is famous for calling the Miracle Man, I believe issue 9, that has a birth sequence. Nothing pornographic about it. A birth sequence drawn by Rick Veitch, and just called it trash, called it mud, said he didn't want to distribute it, said he didn't want to sell it. Whenever too many eyeballs get on comics, the people who are at the top of the game, you know, who are riding that gravy train, Steve Geppi, they will try to separate themselves from the chaff, from the troublemakers. That is for sure.
Yeah, it's so different to think back to 87, you know, and I start reading shortly after that, but I mean, it's totally different than like today. Like we wouldn't think buy martial law wherever, you know,
buy martial law off mycomicshop.com, but Buddy Saunders website.
There you go. But you know, it's a different world now, you know, and it really truly is. Like this was still boundary pushing, and especially, you know, there were cases against comic shops for selling various books, not martial law in particular, but adult comics. There were a couple of those in the late 80s. So
one of the top
gun
10,
shy.
One of the top 10 hits of like the past 3 years, Wet Ass Pussy is the song's title. On Facebook, movie trailers that get sent to me have motherfuck suck my dick in the trailer. Surely that's not on TV, but it's a trailer. Like I didn't ask for it, but they said it. It was Jay Lynch, who I worked with very early on. He said, "I'm not going to see it, Ed, but you might see it when the Big Mac is called the Big Motherfucker." Good go, Jimmy.
That's great. Yes. That is how you end it. Cool comic though, man. I do plan to read more of those.
Yeah,
this
me too.
week.
I pulled my whole stack.
I don't think Kevin O'Neill colors all of the later series. I think there's a series or two later that he doesn't color.
I think most he does. Like I think he colors his epic shit.
Maybe the epic stuff.
And
There's one later on that I have in color that's not him, and so it made me excited whenever I saw this one was him.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling Ed, I think it was right before we went live with you guys. So like 3 of these, I believe, are colored by the artist, which is, man, that's a rarity with these kinds of comics. You know, it just wasn't something that artists did that much back in the day. Always stands out whenever it happens, and probably some of my favorite comic jobs are the color based. There was something we were reading where I think we're going to look at an issue of Wizard here in a little bit. And it's how to break into comics. And they talk about coloring. And they talk about that it's really hard. This is 1996 and 96. Really hard to break into comics as a colorist. But they still talk about what a colorist should do. And it talks about like storytelling through color. I hardly ever hear people talk about that in comics. I do think color is still an area in comics that has some major room for improvement. And if you're really thinking of comics coloring through storytelling lens, huge advantage over most comic books these days. Do you want to shoot the commercial?
Yeah, sure. See where I X-Men comic.
I'm gonna do a bathroom.
Yeah, do it. All right, guys, we're going to be doing the year-end 1996 issue of Wizard, issue number 65. Pretty good issue. We're going to do the first episode of Dr. Slump, which is just a fantastic little comic story. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. I don't know about you guys, man, but that one hits me very, very, very fucking hard. I want to show you the cover to Switchblade Shorty so bad, but I think it'll be released real soon. And like when you see it, like you will see the vibes, man. You will see the fucking Toriyama vibes that have been in my mind this entire time while making the comic. And then for some popcorn, we're going to be doing X-Men 30, the marriage episode. You know, there's so much of that stuff, Jimmy, that's going to get us good viewership. Like there's the issue of X-Men where Magneto leeches the adamantium out of Wolverine's body.
Yeah, that's about when I check out.
You're checked out way before that, I promise you, because that's like Fatal Attractions era and stuff. There's 75, Wolverine 75, when you find out that that he had his bones were claw, like the claws or bones. It wasn't just the Weapon X program. Like that's an issue that is popular.
Controversial then, huh?
Yeah, I'm caught on some stuff. Okay, I think I'm good now.
You know what?
What's up?
Let me pull it out. It's underneath the chair.
Okay. Yeah, do it. Oh, sorry, dude.
It's crazy the amount of wires that float around here.
Yeah, dude. You think about that shit, man. Like in straight up Hollywood, there's a whole job.
I understand why.
Unionized, man, for dudes who are just responsible for taping down and rolling up cables. That said, I still do wonder what the Best Boy does.
Do you have any chargers that aren't plugged into something somewhere?
Yeah, over here somewhere. Is there a fully naked one?
I don't see one.
There should be. Like one of these ain't doing. And then, you know, this.
Oh no! I mean, I meant the actual charger. I only bring one.
Oh,
so I run it into this.
Yeah, I do have the little thing somewhere. Let me grab you one.
I mean, I can plug it in here too. I don't need this.
Yeah. Oh, you need the cable. You need this too?
In the future. I need it all. Yeah, I only have one rig.
And it's a lightning port?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, did that Pocket Pow just come in?
Did what?
The Pocket Pow.
No. But if you want it, you could take it.
No, I have one. I like it. It's a fun book. I'm sure if that was a newbie for you.
Yeah, no, that's the Sisters of Christ from some time ago. You know how they do. So this is mine.
No.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
There's apparently multiple Best Boys on a film set.
Yeah, you would see a bunch of names, but like my thing is just like, what the fuck did they do?
Yeah.
That's my question.
I think Wolverine 75 was my last Wolverine. I think I stuck with Wolverine longer because I was like, at that point I had them all. So being a completist, and then I just fell off.
Hard to read stuff, man, but like you missed a couple beautiful ones, man. That like when Adam Kubert really found his footing, he had about 6-7 issues of like supreme fucking comics. He did this thing with the hair that like he was totally pulling from like the last couple pages of Weapon X, where like the hair is like this, and it just looked fucking cool, man.
I kind of remember seeing that. I don't know if it was something I flipped through or something I actually bought a couple issues of.
And he also
some of that,
because like I think maybe something happened with like the healing factor where it was like too slow or something like that. So like he was like so nicked up and like chunks of skin just flapped over. And I remember him like, because it hurt when the claws came, like it was super choosy. So like he had a samurai sword and was just fucking cutting dudes up. That, I mean, because that's around this era, like, and that's really when I start getting into comics, like where no more action figures. Oh, you know what, man? I found something funny that I could use a little prop for this video. Yeah, dude. If it's not this, it's the X-Men comic from Lethal Enforcer. That was probably like the last video game I bought. Like my cat bit through it.
Wow.
That's
a good gun.
She had a sixth sense because she never bit a wire that was electric, like it plugged into the wall. She knew not to do that, but she bit through my controllers.
I had that, like the crappy Nintendo weird fake. It was like a 22 semi-automatic looking thing.
The revolver?
No, it was like
the gray zapper. Yeah, totally. Yeah, like the gun for the Famicom, the Japanese version, was like a 6-shooter, and they had to tone that down a bit. But this is Genesis, man. Lethal Enforcers. There's an ad for that in either here or X-Men. Good to go. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We have the year ender, Jimmy. 1996 wraps up with the January 1997 issue of Wizard Magazine, number 65. Got to let you guys know we're a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,700 videos at your disposal. 64 of those being Wizard Magazine retrospectives. We might have talked about your favorite comics. So hit the magnifying glass on the front page of Cartoonist Kayfabe and search for your favorite titles. Check out those episodes. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers. The more subscribers we get, makes YouTube like us more and sends our videos to more potential viewers, helps the channel out a lot. Another way to help out the channel is to participate in our Patreon. And if you are on the King Kayfaber level of our Patreon, you're hanging out with us in a live stream recording session as we make these videos in real time. Plus, you're getting all the videos delivered to you before anybody else. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. We often talk about comics that are sought after, rare, and the cheapest copies on the aftermarket go to the King Kayfabers. Without further ado, Jimmy started the channel off with Wizard Magazine coverage. Let's keep this train rolling with the 1996 year-end spectacular. Weird cover. I don't recognize the artist.
I agree. I think it's somebody that may have gone on to more of a career, but this feels like a weird cover.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it. They've had some of the biggest comic book artists in American comics history do covers, and I'm surprised for a kind of like a 50-year anniversary that we're not seeing that here.
Yeah, it feels outsourced. It feels like
here's something to keep in mind watching this at home, guys. Go back and watch like an issue 27 and see what the ads are for, because they're for a bunch of comics.
Right.
Watch how few ads are for comics as we go through this. There is no money being spent on comics by the publishers at this point.
And probably in the same way that Cartoonist Kayfabe is more popular than any Marvel or DC comic by like a wide margin, I'm sure Wizard magazine was more popular than most of the direct market comic books, if not everything. You know, like it had very, very wide distribution across many channels beyond the direct market comic shops.
There is one great comic ad in here that we'll point out when we get to it. But even that Witchblade, that's trading cards.
Right.
It's very, very few comics. And I think that sums up like where this industry is by you know, pretty clear where the money is.
Gareb Shameless is talking about how he had a ball putting this issue together, and it was pretty fun going through this thing, man. There was definitely a lot of first times we've seen certain names.
I'm eager for you to point those out. I did not enjoy this issue. I get mad at these anniversary issues. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I skipped several of these articles, Ed, so I will let you know as we get to them.
Yeah, of course.
Funny, in the letters column, the very first person, this is somebody defending tattoos, which I guess McLaughlin came down hard on a tattoo in a previous letters column. And I think about like tattoos are so close in my mind to comic art, you know, like the artists and stuff being very, I don't know, looking at the same stuff, enjoying the same stuff. And it's funny to see like Wizard really put their foot in their mouth with this one.
Yeah, like real square dudes on the staff. But it was also that time period where I remember on like Jenny Jones, it would be like a mother dressing down her teen daughter because she had like a nose piercing.
Mm-hmm.
So
fair enough.
You know, we're from that period of time.
Look at the John Byrne art in this ad.
Yeah.
And how like it, I don't know that I would think somebody inked it. Right. If you showed it to me, because I feel like those faces are John Byrne faces.
Yeah.
But so much of the rendering is not Byrne-esque, and I wonder if he's trying to figure out like the computer coloring at this stage, because it feels different to me.
Yeah, I mean, it very much looks like he's going for like a Silver Age kind of style, but he was really stretching himself very, very thin. He might have done 100 pages a month at times here, and it is certainly not his fastball era, for sure. Look at that Mark Tex Spider-Man piece right there, dude.
That's a really cool looking Spider-Man for my money.
Yeah, it's so bulky, you know, like he's definitely on the tee.
Yeah, it's dark and shadowy too. Kind of reminds me of like there's that one manga Spider-Man cover where he's very much in shadows. It reminds me of that a little bit.
The Ryo Ichi Ikigami joint.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
the coverage of Code of Honor has made me curious to look at Code of Honor, because these are some weird painting styles. I don't know what this looks like, a doctored up photo or something.
Yeah,
but like that Spider-Man I think looks cool, and I guess it's a different artist for each issue. If I ever find those in a dollar bin, I am flipping through them.
Yeah, you might spend 99 cents too much, but
I might. I don't know if I'll bring them home. I got to look at them.
Now this is freaking dope.
That's the ad, right? Way ahead of my time. A lot of the time of this issue, in my mind, it's like, wait, that was later, wasn't it? Or I encountered it later. I thought Essentials were much later. This is the coolest ad in this issue for me, because of what that whole line was.
Absolutely. And I was there, like in my pull list. I got the Essential X-Men because even at that time, a little bit before that time, I was putting together the classics because that was the only way to read the classic, you know, issue 98, 99, 100. Like you had to put it together that way, and if you weren't going to buy the actual issues. And you know, I got the Wolverine, I got Spider-Man up front, and I collected them. You know, the one after that is Fantastic Four. Like I got all of them up to until I started getting crazy with it. You know, like do I need a Dazzler Essential?
Yeah. But man, like these first several volumes, like this is all Ditko, that first Spider-Man.
It is.
What an amazing book that is.
The second one might be also, and it's so funny to say it in this way, but like it changed my work at this time because being able to read the Ditko stuff, like that's the kind of comics I started making, where like I started using the 9-panel grid. I'm looking at my thing to see if I have a copy, but like I started using the 9-panel grid and try to build in satellite characters and B players into my stories and stuff. And it was all based on the Lee Ditko Spider-Mans. Like I adored that run, and I was able to fuck with it from this because like I was also piecing together the Marvel tales, but spotty, like I wasn't able to get all of them.
Having these in black and white too, like I've gotten to the point now where it's like I kind of think they're better in color, like with the original color and stuff. But the color in most comics was so bad at this time, and I was just doing black and white work.
Right.
So the combination of those two things made this format incredible to me, and I do think like this is one of those groundbreaking format, sales, marketing, whatever you want to label it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It was
brilliant.
It was basically 50 cents an issue. You know,
Yeah.
so it's $12, $13, the price of what the trade paperbacks were at that time. But then you get like a 500 pager.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, oh my goodness, we finally have entered like the manga era of American comics publishing. Like this is fantastic. And they kept it going for a while. You know, they kept it going probably into 2000. But then they started to scale back because they started to get expensive.
Yeah. Price went up.
Yeah.
I got rid of a lot of mine whenever I purged, and I've been buying them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I was really excited to see that ad. Probably the highlight of this issue for me.
Kingdom Come gets a hardcover reprint. That is the hardcover that I bought for myself.
Love it. They say 4 new page, New Gods sequence.
Yep.
And Mark Waid says basically, Alex wanted to paint the New Gods. Love it.
I started to scoop up Mage when it went to Image for like a 12-issue run or something.
It's a good pull for Image Comics, and especially because then he does 2 more new volumes of Mage and Image. So really a nice partnership forms there. And speaking of partnerships, Savage Dragon Hellboy. I used to love this because like Madman, I think they would run in the regular issues,
right.
A lot of these crossovers. But Larson talks about like he's going to try to draw Hellboy basically like Mignola. So it'll be like the Spotting the Blacks and, you know, not the typical rendering that he puts on Dragon. Might be worth looking at those at some point.
I think so. How about this stuff, dude? I always called Stephen Platt a supernova. Where are they now? You know, the compression of time of us like making these episodes, like you could really legitimately go through a year's worth of Wizard magazines in 10 hours if you're an astute listener. So this dude burnt super fucking bright, and now literally a Where Are They Now article on a guy who might be 26.
Dude, it's 4 years. His supernova was 92, and here we are 96 in this issue, and it's like 4 years.
Yeah, man.
Talks
about the Moon Knight stint and how he couldn't believe that people were paying so much attention to it. Still has some affiliation with Rob Liefeld, though.
Yes, in fact, he's supposed to do some Captain America issues, which I guess, you know, Liefeld gets removed. Those become that Fighting American, reproducing his pencils, which is really awesome. But at some point they split, and then he does some stuff for under Top Cow.
Yeah.
So he's not quite done with comics, but it is interesting, this perspective of like, is he gone? I think he does a crossover between, that might have been done already, like a Cable Wolverine maybe, or Prophet Cable or something. I don't know, one of those. I think he does one of those like Marvel Image, but that might be in the rearview mirror at this point. I'm not sure when those happen. That's so weird because with Liefeld leaving Image at this point, it kind of, again, messes up my timeline of when things happened.
There's that one in the Fighting American. There's a great like Slim Pickens kind of 2-page spread where it is Fighting American with the biggest missile dick one could ever possibly draw. It is a 2-page spread. And, you know, he didn't intend for that, but it's like that, you know, Jesse Jacobs repressed fucking imagery.
How about this Superman landmine safety in Bosnia issue? I'm so like, my head can't wrap around that.
Yeah, it's and what's crazy is like there was already a Batman one.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
but like Janet Kahn's talking about it. Like this is some serious, like we're gonna save some lives with this comic idea.
There's still I think to this day there's still like a no man's land in a big chunk of France because of like unexploded ordnance and shit.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that that's not a problem. It's just shocking to me to think that somehow Superman, like I don't know, it's a weird, like we're monetizing it somehow or something, or I don't know. It just feels bizarre to me. I'm actually kind of curious to see the issue.
Right.
You know, I wonder if that's one even that you can find anywhere.
Yeah, I've never seen that. The guy who did Snap the Punk Turtle, like, who did you know at the offices of Wizard? Because this is like the second piece of visual promo in as many issues, maybe.
That's funny. You know, probably also an illustration of the state of comics in 96, 97.
All right, this is a fun piece. At the Small Press Expo, size doesn't matter. this is Frank Cho, first time he's being mentioned, and he recently put out a collection of his college strips, University Squared or University 2. And that strip is then, he used that material to get syndicated. And there will be a Liberty Meadows daily comic strip that's going to begin in April of 1997. And the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette got that strip. It was like one of the last, well, I guess Mutts comes after in our syndication stuff locally. But that was it was a wild strip. And I was such a fan because the way he drew the girl was so noticeably like comic style drawing, but he could still do the funny animal bits as well. And this was the time when, Cool World was already out. So that mix, that Bakshi did, and like Roger Rabbit was out. So it really, fit in kind of perfectly.
Yeah, interesting to just run through the names of who's doing something. I think this is the second or third SPX at this point. So kind of cool to see, it's a pretty small community.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, was that in your issue? I wondered because there's like a weird sticky thing.
Yeah. And it's a big, like, this is probably the fourth or fifth Sega Saturn ad that to show up in here. I got a Sega Saturn that was hacked being sent to me right now with all the games on it, man, as my reward for finishing my new comic.
Nice. Day 3 is just hang out at the Chris Orr's house for a pig roast, and that is some image.
It wasn't a joke.
Here.
Yeah, it looks like Cannibal Holocaust. Look how buff Jeff Smith is with his like well-groomed hair and things. And then what the Day 3 becomes is the softball game.
Yeah.
But look, man, you got these names that become ubiquitous for a decade, man. Ted Rawl, Joe Chiappetta from Silly Daddy, Alex Robinson, Box Office Poison, I think is probably still just like an Antarctic Press thing, man. Ruben Bowling's doing his thing. Shannon Wheeler, he was all over the place back then, super popular around this time because he would get half dozen pieces of coverage on the Anti-Gravity Room from this era.
We've got like Charles Vest, Mark Wheatley, who is selling the hardcovers of his, or is it Hempel, doing the Sandman issues at that time. So, you're seeing that almost that bridge being built across between like maybe the more indie literary DC comics and this kind of SPX crowd, which, by the time we're like now, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Back then it was like, there's a big divide here.
Yeah.
And probably SPX is one of those things that starts to shrink that divide.
Yeah. But Hempel had his Tug and Buster, and his style was so kind of indie looking. It's sort of unbelievable that he even,
I like that Tug and Buster stuff.
They
did, the character Breathtaker. I think it's a Vertigo book, and it's square bound, and I think it's he and Mark Wheatley.
Yeah.
But it's I always liked his style. He would come to Pittsburgh. I think he's from Baltimore. So
yeah, they are the Baltimore
crew. And I enjoyed their art.
Yeah, Insight Studios, and Frank Cho is a part of that too. Man, it does talk about how Cho gets to wake up and drive to SPX, and man, I would love to have a comic convention worth my time here in the Burgh. I might have to do it. Rob Liefeld sues Image. And then McFarlane blasts Liefeld's lawsuit. So the rift is there. And to add insult to injury, James Rugg, we take out Rob Liefeld in the photograph of the Founding Fathers, but you leave Hammer and Hank Canals in the photo. That's got to hurt. That's got to sting.
Yeah, I wonder. I always think there's like this major rift between like most of these Image dudes and Wizard at some point.
Yes.
And I wonder if this is when the Liefeld Wizard rift really happens.
Right. Yeah. Because like, you go through them, and these the Darling, and then it's toilet paper to them at this point.
This is some of the shrewdest like use I think of images too, because like that's ridiculous. Look at how happy Silvestri, the photo they use of Silvestri.
Right.
It just feels like somebody is having some fun here.
Yeah.
And I think clearly Liefeld is the butt of this spread.
And look at Uncle Rob got a straight up like what do they call it, man? Like a press photo made, a headshot.
Yeah, tumultuous time. If everybody can't wait to see this play out in future episodes of Wizard, we do that Comics Journal reading of the Rob Liefeld interview maybe 6 months from now.
Yeah.
And That's quite an interview.
King for a day. Alex Ross going to be having a gallery show, dude. And I did some inflation calculating after reading this article where he was selling pages of Kingdom Come from 500 pages to 5,000, and the piece that's $5,000 is just like ads for press photos and like license materials, big piece like that. So you could get a page of Kingdom Come for $500 in 1996.
Unbelievable.
With inflation, how much do you think it is?
Oh man, probably 1,200,
1,000.
Okay, but if you actually auction that thing off at Heritage, how much is it? Because I bet you it beats inflation.
All right, yeah, for sure.
Interesting too. They talk about the air conditioning not working in this gallery. Everybody's sweating their ass off. Yeah, it's certainly changed. But I mean, these are big numbers for this time period in terms of selling comic book art.
Oh, absolutely, man.
That's one of those fun. I feel like sub stories that run through some of these Wizard magazines is every now and then they'll note a news item of a page or a cover selling.
Yeah,
and it's like, think of where original art is now. It was chronicled kind of the rise of that.
Yeah, so last issue, there was like a piece in there about Ron Morris. This issue has a piece with Carl Kessel talking about Daredevil. I didn't read this one that much. As soon as we're comparing, Daredevil is Bugs Bunny or whatever the fuck, like I'm out. But what I will make note of is that Mark Alessi, the rich guy who's going to have the vanity project called CrossGen, is going to buy both of these writers and make them move house and home to his palatial Florida estates and make them work a 9-to-5 job inside of his big compound to oversee his vanity projects. So that goes to show you how bad comics is, that these guys are looking for such a fucking lifeboat that how much would it take to get you to uproot yourself and move your family, like put the kids in a new school and all that kind of stuff.
Boy, and how would you have faith in anybody in this industry
to do that? As a 14-year-old, I was like, this is horseshit. My thought at the time, I remember thinking, why don't you just give a chunk of money to Dan Clowes to make the greatest comic he could possibly make? Like, why are you going to take these jobbers and buy them and move them to your neighborhood and crack the whip and make them work 9 to 5 and stuff?
Yeah, it's very strange.
And they take the king's shilling willingly, man. Corny shit.
I do think it speaks to where comics are, though, that this is like feature articles.
And the feature,
go back to issue 27 and see what kind of stuff is in there.
And feature artwork. This kind of sucks. If this is Carrie Nord, like that's pretty rough to look at.
It's not very flattering. I was looking at the previous page and going like, man, there's your state of computer coloring in this area.
Yeah, totally, for sure.
It's a tough time. It's a really rough time for comics at this period. And this stuff, like, I'm mostly checked out of all of this. So like seeing it again is like, oh wow, no wonder I left. I did see Beavis and Butthead Do America in the theater though. I thought that was later.
I seen it first day. It was on a Friday, and I stood up Jessica at my semi-formal dance in either 7th or 8th grade because we got word that it was coming out, and I was like, listen, baby, Beavis and Butthead is fresh out. Like, I got to go check that out. Pirate Press. This is we're continuing our trend of rich kids who spend their trust fund on ads rather than making good comics, and that's what we have right here, I'm guessing.
I don't remember ever seeing this one in a dollar bin.
And by the way, keep your eyes peeled, because there were a couple of this issue and the ones on the previous issue. It's always little rich kids from California. I'm imagining that movie proposal stuff that didn't quite make it or something, because this is about when that era starts, where they're taking movie scripts and trying to make shit. But you go to WonderCon or something. I remember I went to WonderCon once, and there were these kids that had a fucking castle built around their booth with foam sculpted fucking rocks and a super big giant thing with their one shitty comic. And I'm like, you little fucking Orange County douchebag. How about make a good comic and then people will notice you. Breaking in tips from the pros, what you need to get a job in comics. And it's all the basic stuff. You don't really, it's not a revelatory thing, but what I will say is it reminded me of because we've seen this article in Wizard magazine before, basically. And I remember, like, you know, the wizards would be in the bathroom at the Piscor crib, and you know, the Cosmopolitans will be there. That's what Mom was reading. And I remember going through her Cosmos, and it's like once a year there'd be an article on how to like blow your man's mind by like jerking him off in a different way. And so that would be a routine article, and this is the routine wizard article. You know, you don't learn too much whatsoever, but they kind of break down the different disciplines.
This. For coloring and lettering, these skills are kind of like offensive linemen on a football team. Dude, coloring is the most prominent part of a comic book today.
Yeah,
you can see it from across the room much easier than you can identify the artist. It's wild how that has taken over.
Yeah, for sure. Another thing that's pretty fun, it's not this issue, but it's forthcoming. They really go deep on publishers and how to submit and stuff. So like in a future article, there will be that, and they would have website URLs as well as everybody's address for every publisher. And I remember going to the Homestead Library and on the dot matrix printer, like printing up like submission guidelines for all the companies, because we didn't have computer at the house yet.
Yeah, that was a real thing.
25 cents a copy. Seeing all this painted stuff, man, it really does make you kind of appreciate what Alex Ross brought to the game a bit.
What is that on the left that we're looking at?
Yeah,
you talk about painted stuff. I have no idea what we're seeing there.
You know what is crazy? It's Astro City, so I guess it's a piece of Brent Anderson work.
I don't think that's part. It's its own ad.
Oh, okay.
That's Archon.
Oh, okay. Is this another California rich kid?
Illinois.
Oh, okay.
But it's so strange. Again, this is the era, right? Like it's somebody that got hold of a computer.
Totally. Use the font that's built into your Windows 95. Yeah, pretty bad.
It's out there. So Astro City Complete Guide. This is one I skipped.
Totally. And you know, there will be a Gotham City one. If we didn't already do
I think we did Gotham and I skipped it.
Yeah.
Although that might have been Metropolis. I can't remember because I didn't read it.
This is like, you know, this is I'm buying this. It is my methadone stage because I am too used to having 5 articles with interviews by, like, you know, with Miller and Mignola, like in the same issue. And this kind of stuff is just fucking bullshit. And then you got the luckiest man in comics, Wizard Q&A with Scott Jobdale, looking super happy. That smile better be ear to ear, man, because I never read a comic of his that I liked, and that boy was getting some fucking checks, man. They describe in here like how he even got the gig. Bob Harris went to him at an office party, was like, "You got to script this thing in 2 days." I think was it a Jim Lee issue or something? You got to script this thing in 2 days, and he said, "Yeah, I could do that." And then was a reliable hand at that point.
That's incredible, because think about, like, we would read McFarlane's writing process early on, and it'd be like, I drew like half the issue, just pages, and then I lay them on the floor and put them in different order or whatever, and he writes a story. It sounds like exactly what he describes. Plop down 22 pages of Jim Lee comics and needed the script the next day. Like, what? Again, this is when I quit reading all of this stuff. These are horrible comics.
The worst, man. And you know, the first issue I did was X-Men 286, and I was happy with it. And I guess the editorial gods must have thought so as well, because 6 years later and I'm still here. This dude he's got to bend the knee to not only Chris Claremont, but to the fact that there was that animated cartoon on TV that really pushed this brand a whole lot, because you could have plugged any coat hanger into that comic and it was going to sell. And it just so happens that he was that coat hanger.
I would love to see those postage statements for, like, from X-Men 1 to whatever number they're on here, because it has to just be spiking downward.
Yeah, but I do think that it gets a bump, because that cartoon was a phenomenon, man. That cartoon was an absolute phenomenon, and definitely got people into X-Men. And then it was two fucking, you know, it was Heckle and Jekyll, a couple of fucking dweebs writing that stuff. And it destroyed all equity that was built, because they couldn't stick any landings, and they got so convoluted and everything. So we are now firmly in the Joe Mad, Andy Kubert era X-Men comics. And he describes that like some of his virtues is that he just like read all of the comics like that. That's why he's like the man for the job and stuff. Here's another rich kid fucking
that's a California
ad, man. Velocity Girl.
Surefire stuff.
Once again, using that same like Arial font or Comic Sans that was built into your Windows 96.
Look at that night.
I mean, we're laughing because like a full page ad, right? Who else is getting full page ads? The movie Scream. Like these kids paid thousands of dollars.
It's true. It's damn true.
They could have bought 5 Alex Ross pages and made more money than their comic would ever make.
But Ed, you got it. Maybe you should back off of Knights of Light because it has been optioned by Make Magic Productions to make it a major motion picture.
I guess it's still in production.
Oh man,
fuck these guys, man.
Boy, late '96 is a tough. This is how you know you're a dedicated comics fan if you made it through this.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, like I harsh on
They're
this.
They're trying to push you away
because
go look at porn, little boy.
Because like there are dudes that I went to school with, man, who were like these little rich dudes, and I think the Kubert School was bought by a student, and when I heard that, I'm like, okay, man, like I bet you could get a lot of A's if you buy the school. 8 to the 4 in 1997. They've done this article maybe 2 times, maybe 3 times so far, and they're right more than they're wrong, man.
Yeah, they really nail it. Michael Turner is probably the hottest dude out of the the 90s second half.
Yeah, and
it's unbelievable because like he's going to go on from this article. So for 97, I believe he has the #1 and #2 books. That is Tomb Raider and Witchblade Tomb Raider in some particular order. Top 2 books of all comics in 97. Then in 98, Fathom, top 1 book in all comics. So Murderer's Row of at least the #1 guy here, just killing it, man.
Yeah,
that's an unbelievable. The last guy to probably do that would be like McFarlane with Spawn.
Totally. Yeah, this guy was the dude. And in 2000, like when I was at art school, like he was the man. All the students that like that kind of comics were cribbing his style, but they were also like, that Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld is pure trash. And I'm like, no, this is the same.
Yeah. Does seem to have quite the work ethic. Says that he gets into comics after he injures himself.
It's a martial arts stuff.
Yeah. And so he was at Top Cow Studios almost 24 hours a day. Wanted to be there when Silvestri came in the morning. Wanted to be there when Silvestri left.
Good soldier.
So I appreciate that kind of, if you're going to be that successful, like put in the time.
This Jeffrey Moyes name doesn't stand the test of time as far as I know. So that might be one. That's
I don't know that name either. Yeah. It's very interesting. You can see why cartoonists would be leaving. Steve Scroce, way younger than I realized.
This is a fascinating article for me because all of these names are names that had a lot of reverence when I was in art school. Like Steve and Carlos Pacheco, they're the X-Men guys. Like when I'm at school, and a lot of my classmates and stuff, they bent the knee to those dudes.
I think he has 2 runs on Amazing Spider-Man. I did not realize he was doing Amazing Spider-Man this early.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of that X-Man stuff that he did, and then he was doing Ecto Kid with the Wachowskis.
Yeah,
and
pretty interesting to think how that worked out for him.
Yeah, totally, man. Jim Calafiore, he represents one of the first 100 Eddie P comics with Camelot Eternal, which is not mentioned here at all. Oh yeah, it is. There it is, right there. Camelot Eternal, very rough. Is indistinguishable. There's no way you would confuse it.
Yeah,
with his mainstream work.
Stint there at Valiant. Is he the guy we bumped into in Baltimore Elevator?
Yeah, totally. And it's so interesting because as per this article, he's talking about, I'm the journeyman. Like, I'm not plugged into a book, but I would like to be. But he would maybe the next month, like he's plugged into Aquaman. Like he's got a run of. Unfortunately, it's this Aquaman, but even if it isn't,
was there a good Aquaman?
Hey man, there could have been. I saw some drawings, Jimmy. You could dust that off and pitch it.
Hey man, Lee Moder. Pittsburgh native. I had no idea he was from here.
Me neither, and I was not on board, man. Lee Moder is probably because it's like Lee Moder with Denny Rodier inks on Wonder Woman. That is my introduction to getting jacked with beautiful covers and like picking something up because the Brian Bolland covers, and it was real rough interiors. Man.
I remember looking at something that Dennis Rodier inked and being impressed by kind of his inking. It must have been some artist I knew from other stuff, and I'm being like, whoa, is this guy doing something? And I can't remember what it was for the life of me.
He'll show up in the algorithms too, because like that's what his Instagram is. It's just you know, wearing a GoPro while he's inking or something like that, and it's really pretty sweet stuff. And then Carrie Nord, who's like the darling of this Daredevil comic that they've been promoting.
Another 23-year-old.
Yeah.
Fun stuff there is that his submissions were 6 pages of Conan the Barbarian. Whenever Dark Horse gets that license, he's doing the Conan art, and it's pretty cool looking. It's like a weird pencil painted hybrid look that looked good.
Yeah.
But I love the idea that like that must be a dream project for him. You know,
right.
I like to think that happens.
And then we have Ian Churchill, who will be like a fill-in player for the various X titles. Like when he comes on the scene, he's plugged into X books. Like that, whenever Adam Kubert can't get, you know, an issue of Wolverine out, like it'll be an Ian Churchill issue, and same with like some X-Men stuff. And then I think Rob scoops him up.
I was going to say, I know him for Coven, and I think it was an awesome book. It was a Rob Liefeld, you know, published deal, and that's what I thought he came from. But it says here, recently left a long-running pencil duty on Cable.
Yeah.
I have no recollection of that.
Yeah,
like all of this stuff is completely like, I don't know these dudes. I don't know their artwork.
Yeah.
You know, with a couple of exceptions, but like Ian Churchill in my mind was like, I thought this was a Liefeld discovery. I don't know, a year in the future.
It was like when he shows up on those X books and stuff, he's clearly himself, a hyper detailed style that you can imagine that Liefeld is like, this will be my new Stephen Platt or something. Like it was clear that he was that was the era where if you showed up and you had some proficiency in the Marvel DC stuff, like one of the Image Studios is going to snap you up for sure. Doug Monk, man, we haven't looked at any Doug Monk comics on the channel yet, Jimmy, and we need to change that because his stuff is fucking beautiful.
This is one to look at. He did several of the Mask miniseries, and I think they're all good.
Yeah,
because that was like cartoony stuff.
Right.
Like you'd see the Mask doing all kind of like weird bending ectoplasmic type stuff. But I like this crossover, and I like Doug Monk too. I feel like he's an underrated guy, and I think he's pretty good on the Mask. He's a good character for him.
He's been doing animation recently. I've been seeing on the gram, like just I don't know, putting Procreate to the test or something. But he's been dabbling and doing some animation, which is pretty freaking cool. And then Carlos Pacheco had the Fantastic Four deal, and then becomes the X-Men guy around 2000.
And passed at a young age. He's no longer with us. Right?
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah,
well, I hope I'm not. I hope I'm not saying that wrong. I'm pretty sure that he passed away within the last couple of years.
Yeah. You know what? I think it was like since we had the channel. Now that you mentioned it,
they list Bishop in here, and I remember buying that Bishop miniseries that he drew. And it might have been one of his very early comics.
It's true.
One of the guys on this list that I did see some of his work.
This is another one that I gave a quick glance, Jimmy, but I didn't read too deeply. The New House of Ideas, and it's DC is proven to be #1 only in sales because they're producing some of the best work, but the things that they're laying out make me fucking yawn.
They should show some of that good work. It's a weird strategy on this editorial.
You know, this ain't it.
Superman with long hair. We're not going to compromise what Superman is all about just to sell a few extra copies. Mike, were you around for Death of Superman? What are you talking about? That's exactly what is done.
Yeah, it's you know, that's just the kayfabe that you have to put out in the aftermag to make the buyer feel like they're not buying a piece of shit.
It's so funny too. Like there's one part here where they say DC typically less interested in keeping up with trends than in bucking them whenever possible. DC's foray into bloodbaths and bad girl books, See Lobo and Catwoman, are much less frequent and considerably tamer than what's regularly dished up by other publishers. That's not a brag,
right?
That, you know, like, oh, you neuter the idea that the fans like, and that's what you're going to promote.
Now, Mike Avon Oming, he's a kayfaber. He shows up, man, and it's no insult to Uncle Mike at all, man. But DC gets the Judge Dredd license, and he's the artist on that. He does good work on that. It's the most placid Judge Dredd comics you will ever read. The DC licensed Judge Dredd comics.
Would you say that it's tamer than typical Judge Dredd?
I would say that it's tamer.
I hate seeing that. Like, that's such an awful thing to say. And then they have like their top, like characters or whatever. And Hitman does make the top 10. But again, I'm just out. Like, I have no interest in this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. When you say that they're like trying to chase you out, like, I get it.
Look at how bad the design, just the graphic design of those two pseudo covers or whatever.
Yeah.
You're trying to sell books.
You would hope that that's not the final printed.
You would hope. But at the same time, you're buying a 2-page spread. This is expensive real estate, and you're not going to invest in a designer to make your books look good.
What's interesting too is the last issue, there was in the news, they were promoting that, they are no longer in business, but now they got that old rope, the IPs that they developed, and now they're just trying to figure out whatever distribution mechanism to like get you to buy something. Start off with making something good. Like, try to make a good comic. Can you please do that?
Or lie about it and pay a designer to at least put an ad together.
Right.
Good Lord. Like, even if you were like, oh, Mickey Spillane, I like those books. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
And then you make that ad.
Right.
Again, are you chasing readers away?
This next article it's pointing out a bunch of the little spoilers and little gimmicks that Alex Ross put into
this is
Kingdom
wild
Come.
stuff, and it illustrates how like maybe this should only be shown as oversized artwork. It is
right.
so dense at this size, but it is kind of fun to see like what's up, like all the Charlton heroes in this panel, for example. Very fun. I kind of like this article. I can't go through and point everything out. It's super dense with what he's referencing everywhere.
Right.
But again, it feels like a labor of love that you're putting this kind of like Easter eggs on virtually every panel.
Yeah, he's always done that. When we did Kingdom Come, that's how I knew that it's the Cosby Gang that was in the Batman sequence there. And then we pointed out as we went through the comic that like sometimes you just see these faces that are a little bit more labored on than others, and you just know that they must be somebody. Substantial article, by the way.
Yeah, again, like they must have like sat down with him and been like, point stuff out, because there's a lot of information here. It surprises me if this is not included in like reprints of Kingdom Come in the future, because like it's kind of cool to see.
There would be a version of it, but not as comprehensive. Like this is the most comprehensive I've seen for sure. But you know what? At the little round table with the villains and stuff, I'm so sure that Mike Allred is one of those guys, but they didn't mention his name.
There's probably a lot that doesn't make it in here, but still pretty fun article.
Look at Bisley doing comic ads.
Bisley or one of his clones,
right?
But I do think he was associated with Reloaded. I feel like I've seen some art from him in regards to that. Yeah, this is quite an article, probably the centerpiece of this issue in my opinion.
All access, a sneak peek at the storylines of 1997's biggest books, and we could sum it up, all of it, by just saying ho hum.
Oh yeah, don't care.
That's so wonky. Go check out our Death of Superman issue. It's one of the funnier. It's one of the funniest episodes of Cartoonist Kayfabe. So many pros who have come into our lives cite that as their favorite too. And I say that because I think this is that one where it's a top down view, and it's Doomsday's here, Superman's there, and there's this Lois Lane who's bigger than the Superman standing, except it's like a side view which destroys the entire top down view. It's like color forms. You remember color forms where you just like have a background and stitch dudes all over top of it?
My only piece in this entire article that I liked is the Batman creative team of Doug Mensch, Kelly Jones, and John Beatty.
Right. I feel like they've been on that mix for a minute.
They did a couple years worth for sure, but I mean, this stuff just, again, not interested. I like the coloring on that Spawn. There's like that, I don't know what it is, a purple pink something in the background, kind of neat looking. But same deal, like there's just nothing really. This is some filler shit.
Right.
This article right here. And not exciting.
Once again, I've never seen an issue of Ash like brand new in the wild back in the day. They were never on the wall. I have no idea how they must have sold all in New York City or something like that, man, because they were not in our comic shops locally. The Big 10 events that rocked the comic world in 1996. Heroes Reborn, of course, Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld taking a bunch of bastard children titles and putting a new fresh coat of paint on them. Shattered Image.
I thought for a minute that was the Shattered Image miniseries, and I'm like, how's that in here? What? Not the case.
Rob on the outs with the crew. Garth Ennis showing and proving that he's a seller of things.
Yeah, it's interesting whenever those sneak in. You know, like this running timeline at the bottom, like there'll be some really interesting stuff. You know, Sandman 75. I believe it's in here where it's like From Hell gets wrapped up. You know, like there's some really noteworthy events that have happened outside of a lot of the top stuff.
Right. Onslaught.
That side article is top 10 biggest disappointments of 96. Superman Wedding and Heroes Reborn are both on there. And meanwhile, that's we're also going to cite those as the Big 10. Goes both ways.
Can't deny it.
No.
And Mark Waid, a couple of him on X-Men, the hottest writer on some X-Men, did a disappointing run, and Waid and Garney get ousted off Captain America in favor for that Heroes Reborn stuff.
It does make me wonder, like, what the reality of Waid and Lobdell is, because that comes up in the Lobdell interview,
right?
And he kind of is like, I'm not saying anything. We made our peace, but it does make me curious. Like, did those two go at it? Because like there are stories of Wade's, let's say, passion, and it just makes me wonder, like, you know, is there an alternative world where X-Men is a very different series, you know, than it turned out to be?
Yeah, this Bob Harris and these goofballs, I mean, it's a miracle that they're still allowed in comics by fumbling something that could have been so popular. And then you wonder, because like there was always the conspiracy theories, and kind of proven by, honestly, our shoot interview with Alex Ross when he was talking about, if you guys ever start doing Fantastic Four again seriously, like when Fox buys the film options and stuff, they really do let those properties languish. And Marvel, they're not pumping more potential R&D into the mix, but it just seems like X-Men was so insanely popular that I guess it goes to show you that they're not really a publisher, that it's really more about the extra stuff that brings money into the umbrella company. Kingdom Come delivers on hype. Self-publishers seek shelter. This would be like when Jeff Smith goes over to Image Comics, and Colleen Duran and various other people finding help with getting their books out.
A few people join up with Sirius Entertainment, and we'll see this touched upon in the Palmer's Pick as well.
Right.
You know, it seems to be like that happened on a wide scale.
There's your Superman marriage, which also is in the
Big
fumbles.
Yeah.
And then action-packed year for toys. Is this a magazine about comics or fucking toys, you douchebags?
Hey, man, we're ramping up for Toy Fair.
Send out the clones.
Comics are struggling, Ed. I need that log floating by. I'm going to cast my lot in with those toys.
And then start making your little Mandela paintings, man. We're done with the Clone Saga after many years. I feel like it was like, damn, 5 years, man. I really feel like they say something like 2, but do they not start that around the time of the back break and the death of Superman and all that shit?
I have no idea, but it's amazing that it drags on for multiple years amidst, like, it's covered as 100% negative.
Yeah, there's no fans who are clamoring for this thing.
It lasted a long time for that kind of reaction.
And Amalgam, smash hit.
Let's get us some more of that. Interesting survey of like where Image is at this time. You know, stuff like Lab Man, no idea about that one.
That's a TV show license. That was a Saturday morning thing, I believe.
Pretty interesting. You know, like you don't see very much in the Wild Storm wing. Like, where's Wildcats?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yep.
And you think like they're publishing several books and very few are here. Like they're almost pushing that. I think Strangers in Paradise is theirs. Astro City, you know, sort of theirs or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Although I don't see Astro City on there now that I say it. So interesting time.
Was Big Bang self-published, or was it like a Caliber?
Caliber published it for a while, and their first several issues are super interesting because they're in color.
Yeah.
Which is weird for Caliber.
Yeah.
And then the 4th issue is like an Image take. It's almost like what 1963 would have been like from the Caliber run. So yeah, it's pretty noteworthy.
Smith brings Superman to life and death. We know that's not the case, but there's a great documentary called "The Death of Superman Lives" that kind of gets into it. This will be your Nicolas Cage Superman with the mullet. You know, you saw the you saw the test photos and stuff with Nick Cage in the costume.
Yeah, fascinating. Looking back at this stuff and what comes to pass.
Batman and Robin is not out yet, and they have high hopes for that thing.
Yeah, I think that's going to make the disappointment list in 1997.
That's so funny, man. HBO aims for adults with Spawn and Spicy City.
Did Spicy City ever come out?
It absolutely did. We did not have HBO at my crib, and I remember being on a vacation, and the hotel had HBO, and I was able to watch it. It's Bakshi's like cyberpunk noir Blade Runner like crime show, dude. It felt like Stray Bullets or something, except like futuristic based.
Yeah, it makes me really curious about it. I had my girlfriend at the time had HBO.
Yeah.
So she was taping Spawn for me.
Yeah. And then you were like, I got to put a ring on this girl's finger, man.
That's how I knew.
You know, the bummer is like whenever you find like bootlegs or whatever of Spawn, they cut out the Rod Serling, Todd McFarlane pieces at the beginning where he's inside the factory or the docks with the crates all around him. And, you know, I believe he does have the Canadian tuxedo on while he's doing it, you know, two mismatched pieces of denim attire on the top and bottom, and loose in the hair.
John Bogdanov steel drawing. I always liked his drawings, and I feel like that's one of the places where he really did good work.
Yeah.
And it's wild that that's like one of the movies that gets made.
Right.
You know, it's so bizarre what actually gets to that final screen and what doesn't.
You know how it works, man. If you get the right name attached to it, and there was nobody more popular than Shaquille O'Neal at that moment.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that movie must be like.
I've seen it.
Really? It's got to be a train
like when
wreck.
It was brand new.
The Spawn cartoon, about 5 years after the issue comes out, in my head, that's one of those time things that like I thought it was like 2 years later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this timeline is so wrong in my brain.
They've been teasing it for a long time too.
They have. But in my head, it's like the Spawn movie and the Spawn TV show pretty soon after Image launches, and it's like 5-6 years after.
Yeah. In this very magazine, they showed various iterations, and I think there was even like a Madhouse iteration, like the Ninja Scroll guys really like took a shot, and that's not the stuff that went. I like it. I think it's the best Spawn that's ever been out there. Like they kind of cracked what McFarlane was kind of presenting. It still is very steeped in like 90s suspension of disbelief kind of shit, but it's the strongest, you know, Spawn thing that you could probably consume.
I have no great memory of it. I remember McFarlane introducing episodes, and I remember having like some black, you know, which was not always the case with animation, like some real shadowy stuff, but I don't remember too much detail of it.
Yeah, it's good. Like Billy Kincaid's a big part. He's a connective piece, and it makes sense because you have Cyan, right? So like you have to have this kid killer, and then you got to put little Cyan in peril, Tony Twist, Overkill. Like they play the hits. They play the hits. I don't know that they really explored Angela. Like they build her into it, but I don't know that they even get her in costume yet, to be honest. 3 seasons of it. These are the dog turd flicks, man. Barbed Wire, Generation X. They were promoting it heavily. It was a Fox made for TV movie, and by the time like this, honestly, might be before the thing even showed up, because I think they promoted it for a while. Tick worked that way also. Like there were Tick commercials, I swear to God, 2 years before it came out and was fully released. So it's that thing where, you know, whatever kind of like Spokane or, you know, Columbus, Ohio town that they test these kinds of things in, whatever came back, they were like, okay, this is not happening, but we have like a slot to fill. The Nick Fury thing was the same way. Like before it even showed up on TV, we all knew that it was not going to be a show. Like they let us know that it was a piece of shit before they put it on the TV. For some reason, I stand by it. Like I like the Generation X thing, and in a Pavlovian way, I have this VHS tape that it's Comic Confidential, and then it bleeds right into the Generation X movie. So if I see Comic Confidential, it's like I got to put on Generation X.
That is funny. It definitely works that way. And you know what, man? I remember I saw Mars Attacks in the theater.
Yeah.
I feel like you can lump that in with not a great.
Totally.
I think that underperformed at the box office, if memory serves.
Yeah,
so.
it did, and I think it was really like the equity that Tim Burton's name brought.
Yeah,
it just didn't do what he typically did.
I remember liking it, and I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah,
but it has
fantastic.
like cartoonish elements, and I think that was something that people weren't sure how to process or something. I don't know.
Jimmy, like this has come up in conversation a little bit with some of my other friends, and tell me if you concur. The adults, like our parents,
yeah,
it's like they got hit with the fucking Men in Black flashlight where their childhood is concerned, because so much very relevant pop culture stuff that happened in their day, they have no recollection of, nor do they tell stories about anything that was like reverential to them growing up in like a pop culture sense, like movies, TV, cartoons. It's completely erased from my parents' memory.
It's a zero at my house too, and I kind of grew up with that too. You know, like as I started renting my own movies or whatever, you know, it was like you're on your own because like we don't know any of that, we're not interested in any of that, and it was like none of the stuff existed when they were kids or something, and I have no idea what that is.
Yeah,
you know, like it's kind of rural, where especially like my dad grew up on a farm. They were poor, they were working most of the time, so. I don't know. They had a TV at some point. You know, they had radio. They went to school. I don't know. It just wasn't a part. And my mom's not too different.
The only thing that I could think is that we come up in an era where recordable media is ubiquitous
and tradable. You can get it at home.
Yeah. So maybe that the reinforcement of that. But man, they're like, and I bring that up because Mars Attack cards very popular. Your dad didn't have them. My dad didn't have them. But a lot of people had them. They were, Tim Burton had them. You know, he's a peer of my father.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I agree with that, but I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll be jealous whenever somebody like I'll meet like our age, where it seems like, yeah, their parents were engaged in that stuff. They were interested a little bit, facilitating this stuff. Cause like, it was really like, why are you even wasting your money on any of that?
Yeah,
music, movies, comic books, any of it.
It's what's really fun about getting to know Jeff Darrow, because he's steeped in that stuff, and he's held on to those memories, which is beautiful. You know, Drew Friedman, and it would be like the Klauses and those guys who are able to kind of like keep their hands on subculture, but they do come a little bit later than our parents.
Yeah,
you know, they're a little younger. What kind of revelation was this piece right here, Jimmy? Basic training, how I do sound effects. This is Walt Simonson talking, and when you see this, it's like, okay, I always associate those sound effects with John Workman. It's Walt Simonson.
This is this is my favorite basic training ever.
He's a teacher at SVA, maybe even around this time, and it makes you wonder if this is just like from that, or if you take his class at SVA, do you get a bunch of little 5-page comics that aren't published anywhere else?
Yeah, I have no idea the answer to that, Ed, but I do love this, and I love that it is in comic format. It's sort of like one of those things where you see it and it's like, wait, why didn't every column of this be like this?
Because it would take work.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But I really enjoyed this, and I am surprised by the implications. I always assumed that's Workman. You know, maybe Simonson roughing it in or something, but I always assumed it was Workman.
We call them Workman sound effects. Like when we did the video with Eric Larson going through the miniseries of Savage Dragon, you know, we mentioned the Workman sound effects, and it's really Simonson sound effects. You know, like you see this in his very first Thor comic.
Yeah, the funny thing is that Fever Dream, I believe, he does not letter, right? That's John Workman doing the title, but then he does an extra outline around it or something.
That's wild stuff.
Pretty interesting, but it makes total sense because the sound effects are so well integrated. Like even if he weren't doing the finished style, it still is kind of working them into the art and the compositions.
Right.
And I just love that he's talking about this. Like he's talking about a morgue file of lettering samples that he then kind of, you know, base a sound effect or a title on.
Right.
Yes, everybody. Yes. We can still do this.
Yep.
You can still reference cool looking type and references to different letter forms. I love it. He puts the beret on, the cartoon Walt. Hey man, he's busting out the French curve. Got to do it.
Yeah, he is, dude. And look, like showing like almost like a graph paper. Like I think that's a great secret to doing cool title lettering and stuff is you know, having some underlying structure. And graph paper, guys, it's fucking it's light blue. You know, it's non-photo.
I watch a lot of my algorithm is sign painters. I love lettering.
Yeah.
I watched one recently, and it was in China. This dude that was lettering boats, painting letters on boats, and had like a 20-foot long stick that he's like painting. And I mean, like intricate lettering. It looked like sign painting, except like he's doing it from 20 feet away. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
What's the point of that? Is that you're like on the dock or something?
Yeah,
and the
boats
away?
Are massive. You know, I mean, like they're giant, like, you know, shipping boats and stuff. So it's just painting whatever official, you know, it's like numbers and things, like the official lettering, but was doing it in a way and with a tool that I'd never seen, where it's like the lettering looked like it was might as well have been ruled out with a ruler or printed out. Is perfect, and yet it looked like you were using the worst tool possible to do it. It's amazing.
I remember getting, me and my brother, we would get the, I don't know what it was, like the Lucasfilm catalog. Like there was a catalog that you could get where it was all just like Star Wars swag. And this was such a big deal that you could get like a $2,000 life-size Han Solo and Carbonite statue.
Unbelievable.
And this is where like the dudes, see, there's the two sides of the pole, right? Like you had the Peter Lairds who built their own Stormtrooper outfits back in the day. And then like through that catalog, you could piecemeal together a Star Wars outfit. And I think it would run you about three grand.
By the way, like the dude who has this also has that aircraft carrier, the G.I. Joe, like American flag aircraft carrier. That kid also has that.
It has 0 notches on the headboard.
Yeah, not a girlfriend.
Ooh, the N64 is out, dude. Shadows of the Empire, where you get, you know, it's the first time you got to do the AT-AT joint.
That was always such a gorgeous like preview.
Yeah.
Wallace and Gromit is another one that is messing up my timeline, because like I encountered that stuff in the early 2000s. This is 96, and even like the wrong trousers are available.
Yeah.
It's shocking how like, you know, even I guess that's how it was back then. Like when did you actually get around the video to see the stuff?
Right.
Know?
Toys, and more toys.
Man, the writing's on the wall there for it's a wonder Toy Fair took this long, right?
Right. This I thought it was a cosplay ad, but that's a figure, man. It looks pretty fucking realistic.
That must be a mannequin somebody built, right?
Oh yeah, I guess it has a stand and stuff.
Because it looks huge.
Yeah.
Boy, that's creepy.
I thought it was a diorama, like a little thing.
I don't know if I want to hang out in that dude's apartment.
He's got the Carbonite joint.
Yeah, he does. Maybe a homemade one.
We got the skinny. This is the pros and cons of the different titles.
Go back, man. Palmer's picks.
Oh, holy fuck.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Pretty good year in comics.
The indie review, and a lot of this stuff, it's Love and Rockets ended in 96. I wonder going through this if 96 is like, is this the bottom?
The swan song year?
Yeah, because I feel like there are certain things happening, so maybe this is as bad as it gets.
I think we keep going, man, until like Ultimate Spider-Man and Ultimate X-Men are there's going to be some glimmers. Like we're going to get Cliffhanger next year probably.
Whoa, Nelly comes out this year, super awesome. Cages, Dave McKean's Cages ends. Alan Moore and Eddie Campbell's From Hell ends. So there really are some noteworthy. From the indie side of things, there is some good work being made in this time.
Yeah, for sure. Chris Staros was mentioned in the SPX stuff. He just had the Staros report, so it's before Top Shelf. But I feel like it's pretty soon after From Hell ends that the first, like the trade paperback that comes out with and Staros is at least the agent for that thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. Was that Top Shelf from the get-go?
That's what I'm saying. It's not. I think it's called Eddie Campbell Comics, but Staros' name is in there.
A couple other highlights for me is Debbie Dreschler's Nowhere, drawn in Quarterly. That was a comic I really liked. The Envelope Manufacturer, which is Chris Olivero's comic, is listed here, and I didn't see that until many years later. So
yeah, I don't know
if that was a reissue or what. Paul Pope goes to Dark Horse Presents to do one-trick ripoff. So you see Paul Pope starting to, get more and more into the mainstream. Peter Cooper doing the Wordless System with like graffiti and stencils at Vertigo. Interesting comics listed in here.
Yep. Rest in peace, Joe Matt showing up with Peep Show.
There's a few things under Kitchen Sink, which makes me wonder is this Kitchen Sink collapse in 97? Because I think some of this stuff happens and some doesn't. And I don't know, it just makes me wonder, like, when do they go away? Are we getting...
Yeah, that's a good question, because like they're mentioning the Spirit the New Adventures.
Yeah.
And we did an issue with that. Like the very first issue, fantastic. It's another collaboration between Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons for the entire issue. And
I think there might be like 8 of those. It's listed here as 4, but I seem to remember a bunch of those.
And I think it's after that it's pretty much Kitchen Sink is pretty much done, which that does surprise me if it's this early, because it was the Phantom of the Attic where we used to hang out. And I thought that, he kept things going into the
he
early
might have.
2000s.
I could be wrong, but some of these projects don't happen. Like Xenozoic Tales, details are sketchy, but Mark Schultz has invited other creators to play around with that. I don't believe any of that happens. Go Power, it's a Jay Stevens comic. I don't think that happens. Zot is supposed to come back, and I don't think that happens in 97. So I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe chaos behind the scenes.
Right. All right. And here's our skinny where we're getting the Wizard Magazine opinions on a couple series.
Trash the Hulk, and I can tell you from reading these, I agree. Like some of my favorite Hulk issues are Peter David, and some of my least favorite are Peter David. Mm-hmm. And they kind of rate that. They give it a 2 out of like a 6.
Where you stand on Hepcats, though?
I've never read a Hepcats.
Picks from the Wizard's Hat. Batman Long Halloween is going on. Hitman number 11 is happening. The second Preacher trade paperback. Man, I was waiting so long like for that to come out because I was collecting the issues, but I did not want to go get the back issues and have to spend that big money. So that was big for me.
I do think it's pretty bleak when you look through like the picks of what's out there. Yeah. Sadly, Tyrant 6 never to be seen.
Shit, not even issue 5.
Yeah.
Violence Jack coming to you from Manga Video. Go Nagai doing his worst.
Those look cool.
They're super cool, and they're cited as being some real inspiration for Fist of the North Star. And you know how I feel about that one.
It's a hell of an ad. Violence Jack does not make for easy viewing is the very first line. Like that is they're telling you. Oh, yeah. I feel like that's an incentive for a whole lot of certain audience.
Certainly in those 90s, man. The Mouse and Miyazaki. This was huge. Disney does anime videos in July. This is probably, I was working at the video store at this point, and we had a big old poster for Kiki. And at this time, you couldn't bend my arm back enough to force me to watch this because it's like some little girl like fuck that bullshit, yada yada. I think Totoro was out as well. And when they make a distribution deal with Disney, that's when the people really start to come on board. It was a big deal when we got Princess Mononoke a couple, maybe 98, because it had the Neil Gaiman's name bolstered on top of that for doing like the fresh polish on the dialogue and stuff. So they were able to sell it with that a little bit. And with the ads that I would see, I'm like, this is fucking Ninja Scroll, It's not my favorite Ghibli by any stretch, but it's definitely one that helped get dudes into checking this stuff out. And then after Mononoke, that's when you would start seeing the commercials and shit on TV, like Spirited Away. And
Spirited Away was my first. Like reading this, I was trying to figure like my first. Yeah, Spirited Away was my first exposure.
Yeah, that's when that stuff would really start to get promoted a lot, man. And I don't know anybody who like that Warriors of the Wind, like the first like iteration of like of Nausicaa, because it was just obliterated. Like even Miyazaki's like, fuck that thing, man. The Americans destroyed our flick.
Heck of an article though. Like it's really laying the groundwork for a cultural force.
Huge. And when you see, I mean, he is Walt Disney. Like they're the licensed materials that come from any one of his movies. I mean, it's got to be $1 billion for every single flick that they bring in with licensed materials. And if you watch that documentary, that's a conversation when they're at the boardroom and they're presenting the new movies. There's like a bunch of different characters we could exploit, and they talk about the revenues from various things. Like the films are a loss leader for the extra notebooks and all the bullshit that you can buy that has these characters on it. And for me, the only licensed materials that one needs are what I have in that back room there, man. Those collected storyboards that are completely, fully from Miyazaki's hand. DC's Paradox Press is going to be publishing Gone. A big chunk of those things, too, from what I remember, man. These wordless dinosaur comics that are just exquisitely drawn.
You have a couple of those, and because they're wordless, like they're such an easy entry point, you know.
Yeah, the beauty of manga when you get into stuff that's not political intrigue or something, you can read it all basically.
Yeah,
I don't know Big Wars. I like that Stephen Hughes is still alive here, man. Like for some reason, I thought he passed like a little bit, like very soon after the first Lady Death, but he's still around.
I think it's interesting to see what top 10 comics are now compared to maybe 2-3 years ago.
Sure,
because like Kingdom Come, Preacher, even X-Files, Hitman, like it feels like there's a return to comics as opposed to like it was all TNA for like 2-3 years.
Right.
I feel like those guys must have left. William H. Macy, Boogie Nights.
Absolutely, man. Keep this guy away from a gun as his wife steps off the ranch in the slightest. Like this, if they ever made a fucking Marvel Tryout Guide, the movie, you got to get William H. Macy to play the man. He's even got that kind of like little white trash earring in his ear too, big ass glasses, that part in the middle.
I kind of enjoy these guys who are older that break in. So he's 27. He's working at Lockheed. I think my brother-in-law worked at Lockheed for a while, big engineering aeronautics company, legitimate career. And it's like, this dude wants to do comics and he's 27. He's doing submission pages. I like that. There was one of the guys that was like the 8 to watch in 97. It was a similar story where it's like had the career, broke in early 30s or something. I just find that really, I don't know. It's a different perspective, like I think you show up with a certain maturity that no kid that just, this is all we want to do has, but you'll see these guys that, like you think of Bagley's career and it's like to break in at that stage and then get a run on Amazing Spider-Man and deliver on time, like pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, he's had a good career. Like he is a reliable hand. He is a job guy. I don't think he's ever done one piece of work that he owns himself. Yeah. But he's the amazing, he's the ultimate Spider-Man dude, I believe.
That's true, yeah.
So that
probably one that a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure that brought a big chunk of loot in.
I love this stuff. Like New Warriors was my Mark Bagley. I thought he was really good with that team book, and I still look at some of those covers and think like those are like classic kind of like action superhero comics.
Yeah, solid. Like I was scooping up his interesting guy because he's a job dude. When the Jim Lee style becomes the thing, like he has to start drawing that, and when he has to start drawing the McFarlane Spider-Man face instead of like the Ditko or Romita type Spider-Man face. So he plugs in and he's a good soldier and will manipulate his artwork for the gig and stuff like that. Man, but reliable hand, no doubt.
Don't know that he ever inked himself either.
Yeah, from that era of just like, hey, I'm a penciler. Never bought. He won the Marvel Tryout Kit thing.
Yeah.
But he didn't buy it. Like he just some dude. And by the way, Lockheed, man, you're making money there. But he wouldn't pony up the dough to get that Marvel Tryout Kit.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, Jimmy, don't leave here today with. There is a page from the Marvel Tryout Kit. We got 2 of the same pages, man. That was sent here from Eric Reynolds maybe a year ago. I've been meaning to give it to you 100 times since I've seen you. And I think that'll make a good video. You ink one, I ink one. It's the same page.
Yeah, that's probably worth fooling around with. So one of these Wizard price guide covers that we have to cover is DV8.
Okay.
They apparently did a bunch of variants, right? And it doesn't say it here. But that's Liberatory, right?
Shit, it looks like it, doesn't it?
I can't imagine that's not him. That face is so distinct to me. That coloring style, on the arms.
That might be Joe Michael Lisner, man.
Well, somebody let us know that, because if that's Liberatory, I've decided that's the coolest thing that Wildstorm did.
Yeah, I bet they didn't. I bet that's Joe Michael Linsner, man. But no, I hear you.
You know what's amazing too? That's an issue 1, and they're only up to 2 issues in the price guide. So that's a new book. Funny, it's like no spotlight in here on that one.
Miracle Man is still $12. No Pittsburgh Con. Who's our Mort of the Month? Kite Man.
This is Mark Grunwald in memory of, and by Denny O'Neil. It's a really beautiful piece.
It is, and you know, something that we were talking about off cam. We were talking about age and growing up, all this kind of stuff. 43.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
We were talking about Sherman Helmsley was 42 on the Jeffersons, and it's just like they just built people different back then, man.
Yeah, they certainly did. It's a really nice memoriam. And, you know, like I never heard anything bad about Mark Grunwald. Like a lot of people would talk highly of him in like old editorials and stuff, even when he was still alive. But maybe the nicest piece of Denny O'Neil writing I can think of.
He comes from journalism.
Yeah.
You know, he came from a newspaper and kind of fell into comics. And I've experienced this with collaborations where, like, I did stuff for TV. Every single writer on this thing went to Ivy League schools. And when they manipulate their writing to try to be what they think Joe Average wants to fucking consume, it's actually insulting. And I think that might be a little of Denny O'Neil. Like, he has a concept of like what comics is, and he pushed it a smidge by handling like social issues or whatever. But it's still very childish,
right?
Comics. And he was writing Azrael when I was in art school, and our life drawing teacher, Sergio, was drawing Azrael, and he would come in and just like, this fucking script, like he would just like throw in just like, I got to do everything here, like blah, 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 blah. And it was far from Denny O'Neil's fastball and stuff like that.
Very interesting.
One of the big scams that this dude performed on us was he brought the script. Okay, he passed out the script pages, and we each had to design a page. And by the time that issue came out, we were out of school, and I picked it up off the racks, and I recognized the different compositions that he stole from various students.
Kind of smart.
He took one of my pieces for sure.
Nice. I guess nice. Nice or not. But you know, we spent the week talking about Toriyama.
Yeah.
And reading this, it just kind of like, it's a lot to think about in a week.
Age 43, you're older than that, and I'm approaching it. So Jesus fuck, man.
Yeah. So pause on that one and read it at home if you haven't.
And then we end with Mark Hamill, who is a legitimate comics fan. He is when he is interviewed, I believe on Kevin Smith's Fat Man on Batman, he was interviewed there, and he's got letters printed in old Mort Weisinger Supermans and stuff. Like
that surprises me.
Yeah,
because whenever they said comics you read, he said I don't. The last time I regularly bought comics was 10 years ago during Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen period. And I wondered, is that an indictment on those two, or did he try a couple other books and go, oh, I don't like these as much?
Right. Yeah, totally. He's a comics fan from way back, and was, collecting a lot of stuff from his childhood, and is very steeped in that era for sure. But, it does go weird. This Black Pearl thing, it's certainly that era. And we seen it earlier with something called Virus, where we're firmly in that universe of like movie properties that we're going to do a comic adaptation to kind of tickle Hollywood's anus a little bit. And then, you do the movie later. I don't know that this Black Pearl thing was always associated with Hollywood. I don't think that ever came out.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
But you can see like they're doing Star Wars at Dark Horse. It's so simple to see how this deal comes together. So, yeah. And by the way, for one of the few comic ads, we got a Scud ad on the back cover. Probably the most expensive piece of ad real estate.
Yeah, but it's for a video game.
Oh, they got me. Of course it is.
Yeah, man. There it is, dude. Your year 1996 in a nutshell. I don't know how many more wizards we got in us, man. I think I might have, a couple more. We still haven't gotten to certain things that are worth covering, but pretty dismal times in the mainstream. Makes you happy to exist in the era today, man, where there's a little bit more room to breathe as a cartoonist, a little bit more options, and certainly a better fucking readership.
It is so dried up compared to some of the early issues of Wizard, when it was like ads for every new publisher and universe, and not that those were great, but man, there was definitely energy pouring in. And now it's like, turn the lights out, whoever's the last one here.
All right, man, I'm good to go if you are, Jimmy.
Yep.
I'm going to do this as a color, and then I'm going to actually use the color background for our Dr. Slump. X-Men 30, the wedding issue, is what's under the microscope here. Kayfabers. Got to keep the lights on somehow. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
The wedding issue of X-Men between Scott Summers and Jean Grey is under the microscope today. Got to let you guys know that we are a daily YouTube channel with more than 1,700 videos at your disposal. Might have talked about your favorite comics. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page of Cartoonist Kayfabe. Search for your favorite titles. Check those episodes out. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers here at Cartoonist Kayfabe. If you dig our content, then by all means, subscribe to the channel. Helps us out by pushing our videos out to a wider audience. Makes it possible for us to do these videos for you regularly. We have a Patreon, and the kings on the Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else. Good 3 dozen of them hanging out with us in the live stream recording session that we have going on right at this minute. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. Everybody knows that when we talk about something, it's going to spike in sales that following week, and it's the kings that get the cheapest copies of the things that we decide to talk about every day. Without further ado, Jimmy, here it is. Issue number 30 of X-Men, the matrimony between Scott Summers and Jean Grey. I believe the X-Men cartoon was still going on at this time, and it really made me double down on X-Men. I was excited by that cartoon, and this would be the era really where probably with this issue is when I sort of put down the video games, I put down the G.I. Joes. All of my money is going to comics and drawing supplies. I remember scooping this thing up at the mall and discovering that there was a comic shop at the mall, was able to get back issues at the comic shop, but I scooped up this comic at Walden Books off the spinner rack.
Yeah. Who's doing the lettering here? Bill Oakley. I was going to say that cover lettering, it reminds me of either Richard Starkings or Blambot.
Yeah.
So much I was sure that was who it was going to be.
It could be because like it does look computerish, but this is it's a heck of a hand. But then when you realize it's a letter from Logan, like the penmanship is too good. Like, don't the claws get in the way? You feel like he's probably like in all caps.
Yeah,
kind of guy.
Very true.
But beautiful hand styles there.
So Matt Ryan, I guess, doing the inking, is that it's hard to tell the way they have that written. I was saying that because I feel like that's really precise inking, some of those small feathered lines.
I think it's Matt Ryan does not make Andy Kubert look his best here. I was going to play a game with you, man, and see who all you could name.
Oh my goodness.
On this cover. These little guys, man, like Artie and what's the other one? Skids or something like that.
Beats the heck out of me.
Yeah, they're like little X Factor dudes.
All right, let's see what I got. Guido.
Yeah.
Nightcrawler, Beast, Professor X, Gambit, Cable, Rogue, Bishop, Warpath.
Yeah.
Boom Boom. Psylocke. That's probably Iceman.
Yeah.
Domino. I'm gonna guess that's Cannonball, but I could be wrong. That could be Alex Summers. That could be that's probably Alex Summers.
Yeah.
So that's probably Cannonball. Archangel. Not sure about that one.
I think that's Leela.
Oh, you know what? She's the singer in here, and I'm like, who is that?
Right.
Is that Dick Cheney's like granddaughter? I was trying to figure her out. So there you go, right? That's everybody. Storm.
Well, how about that one? Because you didn't say that one.
Rain?
It is Rain. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that's Feral. It's not the first. It's not the only time we can play this game.
I blew your mind with that, right?
Yeah.
I surprised myself.
You would have blew my mind if you would get, because I know one is called Artie and the other, I forget.
I feel like one should be Goop.
Yeah, this is before that time, man. So yeah, the penmanship of Logan, who's very this is soft letter.
It's impressive
that he is
very tight line, for not being on lined paper. Like, I wonder, did he do that on a light box with some ruled lines underneath it?
This is such a silly comic because it's a purely domestic comic. I do think that it's spitting in the face of Chris Claremont, because if you ever listen to like Ann Nocenti or Louise Simonson talking about working with Chris Claremont, they say the same thing. They're like, Chris just wants to do My Dinner with Andre, but with mutants. But we got to get fight scenes in here, man. This is a superhero comic. This is a little kid's comic and stuff. There's none of that in here. It might as well be the Dinner with Andre stuff. But we're in the post Jim Lee era where that's the style of this kind of artwork. So when you see even paper has to have like Jim Lee lines on it, we're going to see lace that's going to like kind of be the border of pages with Jim Lee lines all over
it's wild, the amount of rendering on faces, and I like, look at the amount of rendering just in a little eye socket. it's impressive.
It's still compositions for superhero comics for all the domesticity and stuff, so you got to get your like wild angles, a little top down view, the standing on the horizon line type view.
I feel like Kubert does pretty good with like the backgrounds of the mansion.
Sure.
Some of that stuff to me would be really hard to make look good, and I think he makes it look good. The amount of words in this issue, I was so mad at you, Ed.
I know.
I was reading this thing and I was furious.
I was mad at myself, man, because it's also very cliche. It's like all the stuff that you see in pop culture and imagine going on in like a wedding episode of any TV show or movie or whatever. The chicks fretting over the outfit. Don't move so much. You're going to be a kept woman. And then the dude version, we don't know how to tie our ties.
And then the caption version of like doing his best Claremont imitation of, tough reading.
Warren Worthington's mullet should get a comic of its own.
With Gambit's buffo.
Yeah, this is not, I'm sure it's because these are not smart people. I'm sure this is not a callback to like X-Men 1 whenever they're looking out the window and it's like Jean Grey showing up to the school for the first time. But that's sort of what it reminds me of.
Oh man, I might give him credit for that.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
This is the rendering that I'm impressed by for the wedding day.
Yeah, dude.
It's a lot of lines on that face.
This is such a funny sequence to me too. Like you have the entrance of Charles Xavier in his little hover chair.
It looks like he's pulling a wheelie.
Yeah, dude, the famous hover chair. And then I like to think that when he exits the same way, which is like back and get. You'll see what I'm saying. And of course, he's the guy. He knows how to tie the tie. It's if you ever read the Lee Kirby X-Men, when they're trying to find their footing, Fantastic Four is a hit. They came up with a solid kind of formula with that. So let's do this other comic. Instead of 4 people, we'll have 5. Instead of a fire guy, we'll have ice. Instead of a blonde, we'll have a redhead. And then we're going to try to inject some pathos and stuff. Stanley drops it almost immediately. But in one issue, either 2 or 3, there is, in his mind, he is in love with Jean Grey. But he is the teacher, and he is old as fuck. So I like that you have that in mind while you read this, and you just imagine he's all salty and maybe stink palming him right there.
It's a funny handhold because it's two left hands. Like you could do a traditional handshake with the 2 same hands, but that's not what they're doing.
Yeah, no, and that's it's the limp finger. It's what you do with a girl.
They assess the wrestler handshake. They're making nice.
Because it's comics, like you just imagine that handhold is going on for the entire 4 dialogue bubbles.
That is one of the saving grace of all these words. But also the way Scott is kind of like looking at the handhold
could be half hard. That's bedroom eyes.
It's something. It's also powerful cheekbones on Scott Summers in that picture.
Well, how about the uplighting here, dude?
I wondered where the light's coming from.
So he's saying, like, yeah, man, let's go, because we got civilians here, man. We have civilians here at this wedding, so they can't see me coming out in my intergalactic power scooter.
Beast's head is massive.
He's a big guy.
Is that normal? Do we accept that head size for him?
I think
that's
so, because he's always crouching. He's like a gorilla. Eternal Champions, classic. So, like, imagine him backing out like that with the shadows on his face, right? I just imagine backing out of the room like beep, 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 but like the shadow. It's ominous. See, that's where he's like, you know what? I like that little redhead girl, but she just wouldn't give me no play.
Wow.
And then it is an X-Men comic. So Jean and Scott, they haven't even had a kid yet, but 2 of their offspring are here for the wedding.
Is one of them Cable?
Yeah.
So he's even like older than them.
Exactly. And then we got Rachel Summers.
They should play that stuff up more. To me, that's a lot more interesting than look at the ridiculous amount of narration going on here.
Right.
And I don't even know who's narrating it half the time when I was reading this.
Sure.
Is it all Professor X?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think there was a page of this, and it might be.
There's a great sequence. I don't know if it's already happened, but it's where Rachel, the possible future daughter, and Jean are hugging and like talking about how great it is if they have a kid like her or something.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, didn't you have it? Like, you did have me or something.
It's that time paradigm. Like, these guys are the people responsible for turning me off of that time paradigm. Like, I almost don't ever want to watch a movie that has it or anything like that, because these guys, they're not up to the task.
It's something.
See, this is you soften the focus of your eyes. Like, the Matt Ryan inks do not do this justice. There's these like little ticks.
I thought he was a penciler
everywhere. Paul Ryan's a penciler.
That's what I'm thinking. I wonder if they're brothers. They should pencil ink together. This is amazing that you have this kind of rendering,
right?
Because I mean, is that a slip and slide?
That is the stuff that my teachers are like, this is not hatching. This is not hatching.
It's fun stuff.
I feel like it's all the same cast, man. So there's no need to play the game again.
It is a lot of words. What does Professor X go? Why?
Right.
Just chill out for a minute, dude. Also, the square hair.
Yeah, like it's like
square hair.
Even and Andy Kubert like draws a shape.
I'd be kind of mad if I was Wolverine.
You know, he draws a shape and then draws like hair textures inside of the shape. Has that very distinct way he does eyes. That's like it's like inverted eyes. Like the whites are black and the pupils are white. You see?
Yeah, they're very shadowy, most of the eyes.
Yeah.
I think the wedding dress is pretty good. I wonder if that's from something or someone, because that seems like that'd be impossible to try to like make up a wedding dress.
Sure, of course. And you know, with their pops, man, their pops ain't gonna let them do any kind of
I think it's a bad move on Marvel's part if they didn't get a designer to like create the dress for this. It's the X-Men wedding. This is 30 years in the making at this point.
Right.
You know, it had to be a big issue for them.
Yeah. Like, there's this weird thing where, like, I got the Jim Lee X-Men's, and then this is the first issue that I got after that.
Also, dudes look mad. I'd be nervous if I was at the wedding and I look back at my guests and they're scowling at me.
They're all biting their tongues, and man, it like this face ain't rooted in any skeleton, like in no skull. It's just kind of floating bits, and that's a wild 3/4 face.
It's something. Wrote their own vows. Good for them. The kiss is always hard to draw. I feel like they did all right with that.
Yeah, like because it's you draw one face, like, see, this is different than most. Like, usually it's like 2 side views, and then you draw one's face with the implication that the nose is on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. You need a payoff for that. That's kind of your money shot for this issue.
Right. And then we got to get the civilians out of there at this point. and remember, this is a Christmas in January or something like this, man. So it's a Roro who's making it possible for them to kind of be in their standard gear. But just outside of the little bubble that she has created, we have Tundra.
Right. And that's where he finds Sabretooth.
Yeah, he wants to pounce. But Wolverine's a heck of a letterer.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Because that's a good bit to write. And what he kicks him in the butt, and by the time he turns around, he's left him a message. They should have colored that yellow like you wrote it in P.
Yeah, I did. And then this, like, look at the lace border with the fucking Jim Lee metal texture. The Jim Lee Scott Williams metal texture. That's a joke.
I don't even know what to make of that. It's pretty strange.
And I mean, dude, this might be the only Marvel comic that doesn't have fight scenes or any of that kind of stuff.
Really makes you miss them.
Yeah.
In the sense he was right.
We got the little you throw the little garter belt thing, and it's Rogue who scoops that one up. And probably fresh during the Gambit mini. So they were really putting this character over.
He was popular, man.
When it's time to toss that garter, you got all the dudes. And by the way, this is how you know it's science fiction, because I don't know any dudes who are like chasing for that kind of shit at a thing, man.
It's true.
You're really running from it. And it's leave it to Pepe Le Pew to be the romantic and the most, superheroic pose of the entire issue. All for the little garter belt thing. Look, they're the kids. And they're asking each other.
Strange looking there, right?
Yeah, got the big old jowls, man. And do you think that the conversation is, which one do you think they're going to make first? You or me?
Yeah, with the time travel, it's hard to tell.
So funny, man. There it is, dude. There it is.
You're like Carrot Top prop comic here.
The last video game I probably bought as a little kid, man. Fucking Lethal Enforcers. Except mine is for the Sega Genesis. I didn't have the Sega CD, but I was blown away by that freaking game. And not too shabby on the GAT, dude.
Tell me this: have you used it for reference when you're drawing comics?
You know what? I have it.
It's pretty good looking.
I probably did as a kid.
Yeah,
but there's better reference now, I feel like. Good game. and then we got to take it to that place of science fiction. And this is that where they have to build stuff into dialogue because fucking Fabian forgot what he wrote earlier about I can't be in my power chair. So then when they do this like hover dance thing, they got to say something like, oh, well, most of the civilians are gone anyhow.
Right.
And it's like, I don't know. I feel like I see some civilians that I've never seen in a suit before.
Who is Leela Cheney?
She's in the Jim Lee she's in the Jim Lee era. X-Men's in the Shi'ar and stuff. Like she's
that's where she's from.
But she's a musician from earlier. I think she was like in Dazzler's band or something.
Okay. That name sounded familiar and I just could not place her in my memory and thought it might have been somebody, a New Mutant or something like that.
But when they were really trying to get her over, like those Shi'ar issues of the Jim Lee stuff, like she's the girl who's looks like Jubilee but ain't Jubilee that has a big gun.
Okay. I'm probably not going to go back and check.
I will be checking at some point, man. Those issues go over pretty huge here on the Kayfabe channel, dude. And then I'll ask you what that one Green Star Jammer's name is. It's those issues. Look at the Storm crying, and then they just don't color like where the tears are.
Oh yeah, the tear. Yeah, I do. I hate to miss a good crying. They help Beast with that because the one that I read, it's a white tear. It's Beast. Beast is dropping tear right there.
I see. Yeah, they even colored his eyeballs blue, which is kind of whack. And then we have some more gay moments between Professor X and Scott Summers, and he even gives that backwards. That's a coquette move, man, to like look over your shoulder that way.
Yeah, I was not going the gay route. I was going like the super creepy dude that's like, what's your back?
Yeah, dude.
What's your six, Scott?
Taking my redhead from me.
That's a creepy looking dude right there, man. That is not someone I would trust. Oh, I forgot. Wolvie wrote Professor X a letter. That's been the MacGuffin all issue. Let's get into that.
And it's in that beautiful penmanship.
Of course.
It's Wolverine saying, lighten up. And if Logan tells you to lighten up,
then you laugh. Then you laugh heartily. Bill Oakley put some ha-has in there.
You might be on the road to a heart attack if Wolverine is the one telling you to chill.
What an issue, Ed. Now you say this is when you quit reading X-Men or when you started
again, man. Yeah, I got the Jim Lees as they came out, and then after that, like it's like done, easy. You guys got me off. But then the cartoon fucking brought me back to this era of like mainstream comics for a little bit, and I was like an X dude because the analog, the dude on Uncanny was JR and Dan Green doing stuff.
Second time around.
So
how long's Kubert? Does he stay on for a while, or is this...
he stays on for my whole run, which would be at least 12 or.
And he was on before issues. This too, right?
Yeah,
because he kind of becomes the next regular dude. There's some,
yeah, he's a regular guy here for my run, and he goes on a little bit longer after that. It would be JR is just there for a little bit, and then it's Joe Mad pretty quickly.
Wow.
And then I stick with Joe Mad for a while, but it's all for the Purdy drawing.
Yeah, it seemed like that was always the X-Men drawing card, no pun intended, was having that hot artist. And, you know, they do manage to continue that. You know, I feel like Kubert's pretty successful at this time. Joe Mad, definitely.
Yeah.
You know, like when he shows up, it's like, man, this is a hot new flavor.
Joe Mad changed the game. You know, like it was this Gilbert fucking Jim Lee wannabe shit. We know that Andy Kubert doesn't draw this way naturally. We know that it's part of the gig, you know, to get the job to draw with this kind of bullshit. Because like it would be very soon before this, the Batman Predator, and we know the Kubertisms that he naturally uses and stuff, man. But it's Joe Mad who kind of starts with like a very, very tiny touch of the hatching, all that kind of stuff, and then quickly moves it into the manga-ish direction that comics, you know, between himself, J. Scott Campbell, Humberto Ramos, a couple of these other people really brought that, you know, extra aesthetic, that new aesthetic, got us off the Jim Lee teat to that stuff. But then that became its own problem where you have, you know, your Ale Garzas and like all those people who are drawn in that kind of style. But, you know, that's a conversation for another day. Jimmy, you good to go?
I sure am.
This will be our unicorn chaser.
Yeah, that's a good, should be a good one to end on. End on an up note.
Yeah. And then I would just remember we got to do our commercial pieces. I'm gonna put that color background on. Dr. Slump, guys. Just the first episode.
Yeah, almost did. Oh yeah. Flip that around. We should do one upside down. Because that'll be one that the commenters can't help themselves. That's the how'd you get a black eye?
Yeah.
Hey, somebody get a haircut.
There is this chick who she is so comfortable being a heel that I like when I first saw her, she might have had like 60,000 followers. She has over 1 million. She's a very tall girl. And she just lies and says that she's 7 feet tall, and her mom's even taller. Like her whole family's tall, and like maybe the tallest of them is 7 feet, like one of the sons or her brothers or something. But she puts that she's 7 feet tall, and it's always this like low angle using the lens, and she just gets pumped up in the algorithm so much.
People are mad
because people are like, oh, is this all you? There's no way you're 7 feet tall, blah blah blah, and she just does it consistently and is fucking making so much killing. That's the thing, dude. Like, we
hilarious.
just don't worry. Like we need to figure out how to squeeze in these the shorts that we were planning, because like that's the stuff that will go over.
I thought you were gonna say the stuff that we struggle to. It's like, well, I don't know if that book's a popular book. Like, what's the angle? What's the thumbnail? And it's like, oh, we should do that one. It'll be like a misspelling in the title.
But it's just like it is the world that we live in, where like you can just manipulate the audience, man, into just making you fucking super popular. Because this chick is, you know, she's getting crazy like endorsement deals and stuff, and it really, every single video is her laughing all the way to the bank, saying that she's 7 feet tall and having
that's so funny.
Thousands,
that makes people mad.
Thousands of people. You know, it's simp or like incel type guys, like, oh, you fucking bitch, bro, you ain't 7 foot tall, shut up, and then it just boom, pushes that algorithm, man.
Prince of Cheese says he follows her, cracks him up.
Yeah, see, she shows up on my Explore page all the time, and it's because of that. It's because the algorithm is like, oh, this is a popular chick. Yeah,
there was something on I don't sign in on one of the screens I look at, and so like my algorithm gets really clean on there. And there was something that was on there recently I meant to tell you about, and now it's completely slipped my mind. But shit,
you know what?
It'll come to me probably in the middle of recording.
Yeah, right. Well, I wanted to send you some of the stuff with that LA high rise that we were talking about with Dave Cho, because like what people are doing with this is just insane. Like there are videos from inside where like the dudes who are painting, like they're setting up kitchens with like little sterno stoves and shit, and making.
Why is the building empty?
It was in development, and then it never like went the last like, you know, $5 million necessary or something like that. So it just is all but abandoned. But it was like, you know, it's designed to be a luxury space, and so it's like they just fucking took it over, and they're eating steak dinners, and then finishing their paintings, and then putting on a backpack with a parachute and jumping off the building and like landing in a strip mall parking lot around the corner and stuff.
Yeah, wow.
It feels like post-apocalypse kind of, because it's like it's like dystopian, you know, because it's the most anarchistic thing I've ever seen. And in graffiti, one of the rules of graffiti is like you never let your face get seen or anything like that, man. So of course, like they're all like, you know, the clowns or whatever in Akira, making steaks and like eating under their thing, and then painting, and then fucking putting on a backpack and jumping off, you know, floor 30 or 50 of this building. And it's not one. It'll be like, there will be a dude sitting there with his feet over the ledge filming, and it's 10 dudes.
Wow.
Jumping.
And the cops, like, they don't even try? Like,
I think they're trying more now, because it's right in their face, you know. Right. So like I think it's now becoming more of an issue, but like dudes are still, you know, like after they all got filled, then the graffiti dudes came in and started painting over other dude shit, but just like one letter. So it's like the whole name is down, say 15 floors and shit like that. So like that's happening now. It's pretty fucking badass, man.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. Ready when you are.
Do you want to lock in the inside? Is that better to?
Yeah. How'd you like this comic, man?
I liked it a lot. When you say we're doing the first episode, is it the whole book?
No, just the.
Okay, I read a whole bunch more because I liked it.
You read the whole book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I really liked it. So, you know, we can talk a little bit about more of that. But I mean, like, I didn't read the whole series, so like I don't know the whole series. But
right.
It's good comics in the sense of like the stuff that he does here in the first, I don't know, 10 chapters or whatever. It's logical.
Right.
It's fun. Like, it's just all these, I don't know, it's kind of brilliant. Like if you brainstormed after part 1, I feel like he hits so many of those notes.
Right.
All right, ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Dr. Slump. Episode 1 is under the microscope today. But first, we want to remind you that we are a daily YouTube channel, and we have more than 1,700 videos at your disposal Maybe 5 of those videos are Akira Toriyama videos. Rest in peace. Check them out. Search for your favorite titles. Watch those episodes and enjoy. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers here at the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. It helps us out a lot in that it helps pump the videos out to a wider audience, a wider potential audience, which in turn makes the videos possible to do on a more regular basis. And if you want to see what we are talking about ahead of time, always what happens when we put out a video is for a little while there, the comics we talk about get pretty hot on the aftermarket. But if you're a King Kayfaber on our Patreon, you're getting access to everything before anybody else sees. And you could get the cheapest copies online before our videos go live to Gen Pop. Without further ado, Jimmy, it is with a solemn heart to mention that once again, we lost Akira Toriyama very recently. And I have Dr. Slump 1 sitting on the shelf. We haven't done it on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. So let's take a look. Fantastic cover for Tankobon 1. Created the chibi style, you know, is definitely credited with that sort of thing, with, you know, taking characters and squatting them up and making them extra cute. But like, even when you see this was done in probably 1980, before there was the symmetry tool in Procreate. But god damn it, if that ain't like perfectly symmetrical. Do you think that like for a certain part of it, he just drew half and then flipped it and lightboxed and then added other details?
I could see doing that on the head, but if you look closely, these skates are not symmetrical.
Is that true?
You know, like this foot's turned a little bit more than that foot.
Ah, okay.
So, you know, it's a guy drawing, man. It's probably a guy that's just drawn so much that, you know, he can do that.
It's amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that the same drawing?
Can't tell. Maybe. Yeah, can't tell.
So we're going to look at chapter 1, the very first episode of Dr. Slump. Presumably this would have probably been in like an orange ink wash with Dr. Slump with the ball cap. Even stuff like the pencil feels well observed. He's a very, very good artist at incorporating observation into his cartooning. You know, the buttons at different angles. You never see anybody draw with that kind of accuracy and precision. One of the best ball caps.
He's very good at doing 3D with almost no rendering or lines.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a tough skill. So the first time I read that, this was this week. Really fun. I said before we started recording, I read actually much more than we were going to cover in this video because it's so easy to do that.
Totally. He is fantastic at coming up with a concept that could appeal to a wide range of potential audience. And this is called Dr. Slump. Presumably, Dr. Slump is your guy, but very quickly, probably instantaneously, Arale-chan is the star of the show. Little girl robot that he's building. And, you know, you see something like this, you have to wonder, little nod to Tezuka. Let's do a girl Astro Boy kind of thing. Let's bring Astro Boy into the 80s.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was not my thought. I was thinking along the lines of like a Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, what's great is page 1, she wakes up. Page 2, we see, okay, you know, robot built. Like, there's no wasting time.
No,
like,
never.
What's going to be exciting is the dynamic between this girl robot in the world and her creator trying to, like, how do you manage? It's essentially a teenage girl.
Right. Pretty disturbing imagery with the severed head and all of that. Toriyama, man, he's not above turd humor, ball sack smacking.
Right.
Especially in the pages of Dr. Slump later on, he kind of codifies what we know to be the poop emoji. Like, he invented that.
That's a wild legacy piece. Look at the animation for faces and body language, because like if you look at these first 4 pages, it's all talking heads,
right? And
yet there's movement in every single panel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It doesn't feel like anybody's sitting still for a second.
One of the episodes of Cartoonist Kayfabe we did was on his manga theater collection that was recently published by Viz. And it illustrates, man, this guy had 1,000 pages under his belt before he had a proper series. And so he worked a lot of things out.
I wondered how those fit in.
Some of those one shots come after, for sure, because if you get a good issue of Shonen Jump, man, you might get 50 pages of Toriyama stuff, because he would do subsequent one shots. But I think maybe all of the first manga theater is before Dr. Slump, and some of the other materials for sure. To this day, this character persists. We were out in Tokyo for Halloween, and I saw 15 Arale-chans walking around on Halloween.
I can see why. Like, like it feels like this is something you could potentially do your entire life.
Sure.
Like this is, it's weird to say something like this, but it's Gasoline Alley. Like you have like a parent-child dynamic built here with a child who has like the innocent wonder of a child, but old enough to like be a problem,
right?
To have that pushback, to have that tension and stuff. And I mean, it's great. Like, what else do you need? Everything else just can then support like any situation you drop this into.
Right. And the situation we have in this issue is our girl's brand new. She needs some garments. And it's up to Dr. Slump to go buy her some stuff. When you see the body language there, like, that guy, you've experienced that salesman.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's funny that it's that old, that sort of archetype, and that it's universal. It's not just some guy at Macy's or something.
It's funny too that like the first story is I gotta go buy a little girl underwear.
Yeah, because it's the panties, which is a Toriyama fetish.
Kind of got to dress her before you get her out the door, but it's still like a funny like, oh boy.
And look at that, man. It's almost like, I know he's holding something, but it's almost like he's hiding a boner.
Right.
Which, Toriyama, here's your example of the 3D with minimal line art to support it. And, that speaks to the vehicles that he develops, mm-hmm. and the way that he can kind of see through those things. It really lends to animation. And when the Dr. Slump anime begins, Toriyama owns that block of time on that channel for he might still own it, because that's the same block of time that Dragon Ball will get. It's like the 8 to 8:30 block on, whatever channel that is. And he might still have a program on at that time. So that's how deep his pedigree is. Finally has his girl all dressed up.
And now he's trying to pass her as a real girl,
yes.
Which feels like the Turing test or something. Again, it's like your classic robot setup.
Right.
Very simple concepts.
Yeah, and it's all in here, man. What do you want to drink? Some coffee? No, how about some oil? What? No, she's just joking. Here's the other thing that Toriyama seems to do is all of his characters, and this goes into Dragon Ball, Vegeta, and they all have food names.
Mm.
That's just an affectation of Toriyama comics. and very simply, man, here's our ending. She gets what she wanted. You could tell Dr. Slump is very exhausted. We're playing with some fourth wall stuff here, which speaks to this manga, but I think it was something that was created with Tezuka. I think Tezuka would do that reasonably often, have a little fourth wall breaking moment. And as our young girl leaves the coffee pot, fucking knocks a vehicle over. She's that strong. So that introduces you, that whole world of possibility. And, for the boys who are reading this stuff, man, there's a time period where when you're in elementary school and you're getting into fights with somebody, it stings. But when you're in middle school and dudes are hitting puberty, and there are dudes who are way too immature for their strength, now you could get a broken orbital bone in your eye and shit like that. Now you got somebody who could really, really, really hurt you. And that part kind of speaks to me through this last page. How much of this stuff did you read, man?
Maybe this first book.
Yeah, like 10 pieces.
Yeah,
that's so cool, dude. If I would have known that, I would have carried it on.
Yeah, it's so easy to read. You know, like that was one of my takeaways. Is like it's a simple concept, and then it's almost like go to school,
right?
Where our doctor falls for the teacher. It just kind of lends itself naturally, I think, to the storytelling, and it kind of makes me curious. Like, how long did this series run? It was a long series, right?
Yeah. I think we got 18 Tankobon, maybe 16. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I find it really interesting, the idea of like creating these worlds and like how much do you do? Because we have looked at so many comics like a #1 or whatever, where it's set up and it feels like we get nothing. It's just set up, and it's like it does not have to be that way.
Right.
This is completely satisfying. You can assume everything you want about the world's just the world, but it's just this one change is that you've built this robot girl that now you're going to drop into the world. It takes 3 panels to get there. Like it's there's no time wasted on I gotta explain all of this stuff, the stuff that you're not interested in, the stuff if it's successful that won't be in the next 300 chapters, but that's what we're going to get in issue 1. And so like it stands out whenever it's like, yes, great, let me keep going, let me follow both these characters, I like them, I'm curious what's going to happen whenever she goes to school, how does he keep up with her? It's fantastic. I don't want to say it writes itself, but it almost reads itself.
Yeah, and it sets itself up, right? It has that good elevator pitch to get the ball rolling. It's still very young in Toriyama's career, certainly at Weekly Shonen Jump, to which the editor is probably a very substantial part of the early process. Days can be spent on the name, just getting the manuscript right for proper drawing. There is so much back and forth that happens with the editors. I visited Kodansha. I visited Shueisha, the publisher of Weekly Shonen Jump. There is a big footprint in both offices set up, just partitioned off for editors to speak with the mangaka about the next week's pages and where things are going. And it's lean, man. It's lean and fucking mean. Weekly Shonen Jump, you are not only do you have to do 17 pages at a clip, you're being judged every week in the little solicitations inside. And if you fucking start to slump, you're out. You start getting pushed further and further back into the magazine, and eventually, like you're tossed. So when you get a proper series and you have a dedicated editor, they really do everything they can to keep it refined, keep it populist, to use an unpopular term. But Toriyama is one of the best, man.
We were talking off camera about the idea of joy.
Yeah.
Like in the work. And that was something that I really responded to in this comic, and hopefully indicative of him enjoying making it. But it has that joy feeling. And we've looked at other stuff like Calvin and Hobbes, Little Lulu. I think of these comics where it's like, that is what I want to read before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
And this has that quality, which again is part of the momentum of like, yeah, I'll read another chapter.
Right.
And it does read quick, but it's there's an enjoyment, which is not always present in comics. It's not a given.
Yeah. And I do believe that there is a gift and a curse to having your popular manga series, because do not get it twisted. Akira Toriyama had record numbers when Dr. Slump was at the height of its popularity. It was the most popular manga at that time. Your editors, they guilt you into prolonging and keeping the thing going. When we were out in Tokyo, we were talking to one mangaka who wanted to wrap up a series, and the editors in-house like whited out like the end kind of thing and put to be continued, or like something. Like the editors made a decision that like this comic is not done.
Wow.
And they have a saying out there, like it's something like if a nail's out of place, hammer it down. So it's that kind of thing where the editor is above you. So like you have to kind of fall in line a little bit. So towards the end, you could tell like he's ready to be done, and sort of it's never more apparent than in Dragon Ball, where he was very comfortable like wrapping it up way before. But like Jump was just like, hey, dude, let's keep it going, man. Like you're pretty freaking popular right now. You know, it's hard for them to say no. But we didn't put this under the microscope yet. And in light of recent events, losing a unicorn, Mount Rushmore creator, no time like the present.
Yeah, and if you haven't read this stuff and you want to, I don't know whether this is in print, but Viz has a lot of their stuff online.
Yeah,
like you can access their stuff relatively easy, relatively inexpensively, and I would encourage people that have not read Toriyama to read some this week.
Totally. Good to go?
I am.
Yeah, very nice.
Do you have that full run?
I do not. I got like 3 of them. And everything's super expensive right now. People are being scalpers and making them extra expensive. Even I was talking to Sean, Koenji Sean, and he said all the Mandarakes took all the Toriyama books off the shelves, presumably to reprice and junk. But I, tens of millions of copies. Like, how can you can't reprice that much? Like, there's a lot of them out there, and there's a lot of places that like that's a place you could go to almost any. You could go to Book Off, you could go to like any of like 3-4 chains, and then almost every mom and pop bookstore, and like put together a set for. The original one is it'll run you $100 or something, but you can't change the price that much on something that has tens of millions of copies.
Yeah, there's talk on that of in the King Kayfabers. Yeah, that's a bummer. Hopefully, Viz will put some of it back in.
Make
sure it's in print.
This Dr. Slump shit, it's fucking aggravating, dude. It came out in 2005, which is so late. It's 25 years into it that you're gonna like let us get it, but then it hasn't been in print since. It came and went, and 2005 was when Eddie was still broke.
Right. Yeah, it's funny how that all goes, like what sells and what doesn't here, to justify those printings, and also I don't know about the creators too, like what their setups are.
And I think that's more the issue, because I think Dr. Slump will sell.
Yeah, you think at this point, but did I say Manga Theater? I think's out of print.
That's ridiculous, because I mean it just came out last year.
Yeah, I don't know if it's out of print because of his passing or not, but yeah, I was looking up something and I looked that one up and saw that I think it's out of print.
Well, if you're
there's the hot tip for the King Kayfabers, because that's one I'm looking forward to spending some time with.
Yeah, like if you're on the Viz site, I think they do very good about trying to push you to retail. So like a lot of this stuff is out of print on their site. Like they're not really, trying to sell you that way. Go get one of my strips real quick. After doing the last chapter of my Switchblade stuff in full color using that method, it made me actually just want to get to work on the next one and make it full color like that. Like seeing the girls like in their color, like I'm like, oh, this looks pretty fucking cool, man.
You ever think about hiring a flatter?
I think I got to,
because you could just fill them.
I think I have to. Like I think that'll be the best move. Like I've had people approach me. But I've lost their contact. Like I don't know.
You could ask Rico for a flatter reference, because I did one years ago, and it was mostly a positive thing. Like I was trying to figure out like each issue of Street Angel that I would do with Image, I would do like, you know, first one did everything. Second one was like, okay, I'm going to do this the way they do it, you know, and have a flatter or whatever. And I end up coloring different though. Like I end up coloring more like painting, you know, like I'm not selecting areas. So I didn't love it, but this worked perfect pretty well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like if you're going to fill, it would probably be pretty simple. And you can kind of direct the flatters. So if there's something that you're like, okay, this is almost it, but not quite, you probably talk to them and be like, here's what I'm doing. So I need you to make sure, you know, do it this way. Or
there's a, I don't think I think it's a Mac. Like, is it possible for there to be a Mac Adobe Photoshop plugin that isn't available on Windows?
Probably,
because I think there's a Mac plugin that does like auto fill that'll get you 80%, 90% of the way.
That's not for. There's not a Windows version of that. I know that. I know the plugin you're talking
just somebody
about.
made it, so I guess you know they're Mac people and stuff, but I don't have access to it.
What do you use in order Photoshop?
I use a Windows box. And I do use older Photoshop. I use I don't do that cloud shit. That subscription
like that plugin stuff is I feel like that's a thing. It's
built in at this point.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't use it, so I don't know about it for sure.
Right.
I remember seeing like demos of it.
Doing this last batch and like, you know, only being able to do like 3 pages a day in a proper day. Like that's where I was like, I should probably have a flatter. What did they charge like $20 or something?
Yeah, mine was cheaper than that, but it was almost 10 years ago. So I don't know what they would charge now, but probably I bet less than $20. It's pretty cheap because I think they use software, you know, like I think they go through and it's like, okay, and then I'll clean up this spot or whatever. Probably somebody, you know, we're talking to, just ask Rico. You know what I mean? Like he'll that's probably who I got a flatter from. You know, I'm sure I asked somebody and they're like, here's a whole, where you find someone.
Right. Let's use some commercials, Jimmy. We'll do the ending first.
Okay. I never know the focus on these. Do I just focus it here?
Yeah, whatever. And we'll go through your stuff first.
Ready?
Oh, yep. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Jimmy and I are on the road to 100,000 subscribers. So if you have not done so yet and you enjoy our content, please subscribe to the channel. Helps us out a lot. We have a Patreon where the King Kayfabers on the Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else, mitigates the kayfabe effect, and is another way to support the channel. Ultimately, however, our books are the way that we're able to keep bringing you these videos on the regular. Jimmy, please let the people know what you have out in the wild, man.
Yeah, best thing to do for my latest comics is patreon.com/JimRugg. It's where I've been scanning and posting pages as I do my self-published stuff. In comic shops, you can find Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, and Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. These are my 2 Street Angel collections. All the Street Angel comics are in these 2 books from Image, so you can get them wherever you get Image comics or books. The stuff I've been self-publishing, I'm selling on JimRugg.com. That's the 1986 zine, the BW zine, and True Crime Funnies, some nonfiction, a nonfiction anthology featuring 3 stories, including 2 wrestling stories in there. So you can find those on my website or on patreon.com/JimRugg. And the Hulk Grand Design, that nice oversized one, is out of print. However, a new trade paperback is coming out in May from Marvel, and you can pre-order that one now wherever you buy books. And I ask you to please do so because it lets Marvel know to keep these things in print.
Going to have a solo art show here in Pittsburgh at the 707 Gallery, downtown Pittsburgh, beginning April 6th. It's going to be up through August. So if you are swinging through Pittsburgh, check it out. I don't think there's any charge to check it out. And it's all of my best Hip Hop Family Tree pieces presented to you as beautifully as we can possibly do it. I'm working on a daily comic strip that is soon to be a book to be announced. Switchblade Shorties is the name of the game. And these little latchkey kids are the last vestige of let me think about this. I never did this pitch yet. Let me think. I'll save it for later. So this is the daily strip that I've been working on for 2024, presenting it to you on all of our social media platforms. There's a webtoon platform and such. Stay tuned for news on this in the future. And I present material ahead of time on my own Patreon. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. You might still be able to get it pretty cheap on Amazon. I was like 40% off fairly recently. Best book I made to date. Bunch of extra pages. If you got the original Hip Hop Family Tree, there's almost 200 pages worth of stuff in here that you haven't seen yet. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is in the wild right now. We recently released Red Room Crypto Killers trade paperback. Contains 4 self-contained stories in the Red Room universe. There are 2 other Red Room trade paperbacks. Once again, each of these all contain self-contained stories. So you can start at any place. And if you dig the material, then by all means, check out another Red Room comic. Once again, the books are the most important way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. But there are some direct ways to support this YouTube channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. We'll keep you up to date on new releases and upcoming appearances. You can also buy Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
There you have it. All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
All right, man. And then I'll do the quickie where we run through things, but I am going to mention the art show up front. All right, man, hit it. At Discord here, going to have a solo art show with all the best Hip Hop Family Tree artwork at the 707 Gallery in downtown Pittsburgh from April 6th through the end of August. If you're going to be in town, make sure you swing through downtown Pittsburgh, check out that art show. I also have the Switchblade Shorties daily comic strip that I'm presenting to you on all of my social media platforms. And there's a dedicated webtoon where you can get the latest Switchblade Shorties comics. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, 40% off on Amazon right now. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. 3 flavors of Red Room. Crypto Killers trade paperback. Trigger Warnings, and The Antisocial Network. Jimmy has Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. He's self-publishing some stuff. True Crime Funnies, Black and White Zine, and the 1986 Zine are available at his website, jimrugg.com. And the Jim Rugg Grand Design, the Jim Rugg Hulk Grand Design is out of print in its Treasury Edition format, but it's coming to you soon in trade paperback. Now that we're done paying the bills, let's get back to the video. Took a minute. Breaks my heart. You're so much better at it than me, Jimmy. I think that's it.
Wait till I do my next one.
It's been a while, right?
It has been a while. Probably won't be too much better at it then.
All right, man. I'll airdrop this stuff to you.
Turn my phone on. Ooh, and get out of airplane mode.
Yeah.
It might not matter on your Wi-Fi. All right, man. Give it a whirl.
Okay.
Turn this off too. Yeah, see, try to give it to me here. I don't want it here.
Yeah, just kill it and then I'll turn it off and then okay. Let me know when you're ready. Oh, sweet. But I think I think it might not be happening. Does it show anything?
No, it says 2 videos.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I'll start it over. All right, Jimmy, hit accept. Excellent. Guys, thanks for joining us. My schedule is I said failed again, Jimmy, so take a look and see if it came through. I'm going to try to do some more of those nighttime streams. Thank you guys for showing up in there. I want to try to get Pete Bag on to celebrate the new hates. Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, try it.
Okay. And if it doesn't work, I'll do one at a time, and maybe that'll do the job. Looks like it's going. I want to try to get Pete Bag on a stream. And then I was thinking about, like, this is the way to get Karen Green in a conversation where it doesn't kind of like use up this time that we have, Jimmy. Diana Schutz, because she said, I ain't waking up for you guys, man. So that'll be cool.
Be amazing. she used to do a fanzine whenever she worked at that comic shop, and you know, like she has a history, man. She have a lot to say.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. Cool.
She'd be a really good one. Karen Green, when are you do a bring her on with Jeep? Those two have cross paths.
Yeah, maybe. Like I would like to get her first. You know, like introduce her to the audience, and then
hear what they have in their archives. I'd be very curious to hear what kind of like comic stuff. I think they have a bunch there. Columbia, I think it has a pretty good.
One of the first things that I want to say to her, man, is like, Karen, you know that when people pledge their stuff to you, that they're pledging it to you. Like
that's true.
It ain't Columbia. Like Columbia is lucky to have you.
That is very true.
So it's like you are an important function. It's nice that they have some square footage, but it's you who's the one that, you know, you're the maester in Game of Thrones. Like we trust you to be the custodian of this material. You know,
that's
she's so
really
earnest.
Interesting to think about.
I bumped into that woman in 5 countries.
Yeah,
doing shit.
I saw Linda Berry and Matt Groening with her.
There it is.
She's for real.
So it's from that level. You know, it's that Frank Johnson stuff. It's Chris Claremont giving his full archive to her. Like she touches it all.
Yeah, I'd be curious about her origins, because I mean, she's built something there. She's been doing that for like before I knew.
Yeah.
Also, like for a librarian, you know, I feel like it's pretty forward, you know, being like a comics archivist at a big library like that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, how can you even send it like this?
What's in there? Holy shit.
Like that could fuck up. Oh, you know what? It must have been in a box.
Gotcha.
Jesus, I was about to say somebody's like gonna hurt somebody. We'll just go through these last bits.
Yeah, I think every time I've run into Karen Green anywhere, it's been a good experience.
Oh yeah,
it's always a comic book event.
I think I met. Well, maybe it was SPX, but like, it was great to see her. She was a friendly face at that Miami Book Festival.
Yeah,
I think we'll be getting those regularly, huh?
I saw someone else posting on social media, like, who is doing this? Do you guys know about like what this is? What's going on?
Because it's the third or fourth ones that we got.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah, have a good weekend, everybody.
We'll get you those videos as soon as possible.